it's based around Norafil thread. If you've got a thread and you know what weight it is, you can work it out, and sort of you can see what needle you'd need to go with that, what you would use it on.
That is so handy. Same with machine needles, like you said, you've probably got packs of machine needles that you're thinking, I don't know, what I'm using that for. And
do I need to use it for that? Yes.
So it will tell you here.
Yes.
Use a quilting needle for your quilting sandwich.
Yes.
Use your jeans needles for denim or canvas. Because
right.
we mentioned this in the first hour, and this goes on to, again, talking about the next handy guide. But if you're working with real leather, or if you're working with PU, you need a completely different needle.
Because a lot of people get a PU and they go, it's a leather, and they'll put a leather needle in it. Well, if you do, you're going to puncture your needle, because it's a leather needle's got like a little triangle on the end of it, because the leather's quite stiff, so it needs to really, it's almost like an arrowhead, so it needs to go through that leather to really sort of get through to it. But if you did it on PU, because it's a man-made thread and you're piercing it like this, you'll put a big hole in it, so you don't need to do that.
Right. I mean, it's brilliant, isn't it? Because these are all things that, with the best will in the world, it's not going to be part of every pattern that you buy. No. And that's through no fault of the designer not telling you something.
That's
it's just... It's not necessarily things that you're taught as a beginner, or it's things that you might just need refreshing on when you start a new project.
Yeah. I mean, I always get confused with threads, and I have to check, right, which one's that thread? Because it's like you're thinking, right, that one goes up, that one goes down, and you've got to sort of remember which one goes with which. So, I mean, I check it as much as anybody else would, and I think just to have that handy guide, because there's stuff on the internet, you can go on the internet and do it, but then you've got to check through it, you've got to go through it, find the right bit, whereas here, you've got it in a chart. So you can just go along in the chart. It's, and again, it's not a complete guide to everything, but it's a guide that will really help with most projects that you've got. It really does.
Honestly, and it will make such a difference in your sewing. The amount of people, even some of my friends have come to me and asked whether Sewing Street offer like sewing machine services. I said it's making a funny noise, or it's skipping stitches, and I said, have you changed your needle? And as soon as they changed it, that made an almighty difference.
Absolutely. I think 3 things: you need to change your needle, you need to rethread your machine, because sometimes, I mean, I've done it myself, you thread it and you think you thread it, you start sewing again, it starts looping on the back. Just take it out and rethread it again, and never pull your thread out through the top of the machine. Cut it there and pull it out through your needle, because it'll damage your spring in your machine if you just sort of pull it out of the top. So always just cut it at the top by your bobbin, pull it out through your needle, so you don't want to damage that little machine, that little spring inside it.
And give it a clean as well. Wendy just said, I just opened up my machine to clean it, and I can't believe how much fluff there is in there.
You need to clean it. I clean it after every project, because it will get fluff in there. And if you've got a metal-cased machine, you'll need to oil it. If you've got the plastic-cased machines, you don't. They will do it on a service for you. Get them serviced as well every year. And if you do those, you're 90% there to your project, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
You really are.
This is really fabulous handy guide. I mean, thousands of these have sold. I'm presuming a lot of you have already got this, but just in case you haven't, this was part 1 that we launched, the handy guide to needle and thread, and today we launched part 2, which again has gone absolutely wild in the aisles. Hundreds and hundreds of you have got part 2. Now, there is a couple of options on both of them. We are now doing digital options as well. I do like having the physical copy. I like the idea of having it in a chart in your workroom. But even if it's on your iPad, you can go to your customer account and you've got that chart to open on your tablet or on your phone or on your laptop or something. But is this the same one now in a digital? Yes. So this time, all you need to do is click purchase once, and it will appear this afternoon in your Sewing Street account. And if this is all that you're buying today, you won't pay your post and packaging. Obviously, that's taken off for you. You just pay the £4. But it is brilliant for anybody who is just maybe entering into the sewing world, and it is so daunting. It's like learning a different language. When we talk about thread weights and different needles and things, you're like, oh, so much information. Just having it condensed, not into a massive book, into literally 3 or 4 pages where it's in a chart that you can very easily
find what you want,
find what you need without scouring through loads and loads of text. It's a leaflet guide. It's brilliant. Only £4 as well for your digital download. Now, today's launch was amazing. We're opening up the floodgates to message you as well of what everybody wants to see throughout the year.
Yeah, that would be absolutely great. Yeah, because we've got quite a few lined up. There is one we know for February that's halfway done now, which will be a really good one, hopefully. And we've got a few other ones that we're sort of like looking at as well. But yeah, if people have think, oh, I'd love to have a little handy guide to that, please message us. We'd love to hear from you. You can get in touch with me on the website through Sewing Street fan page, because I'm always checking that and everything. So that would be fabulous, and then we can find out.
What do you find sewers class as a difficult fabric? What do you think everybody is struggling with?
I would say the heavier weight fabrics, because a lot of people are dressmakers, quilters, and then then there's the bag makers. So your bag makers are sort of like the more heavier materials, but even those will tend to use cottons a lot of the time as well. But I like to try and do something a bit different. So I like working with the PUs. I think is probably, I would say, one of the hardest one because of the stick on it. But if you do that little tip with the tissue paper on it, that helps it a lot. Fur can be quite hard because it's hard to sort of cut as well. So if you know how you're cutting it, make sure you cut the backing, not the fur. And then just make sure you've got the right needles for those as well.
So within here, you've got leather, PU, your faux fur, faux suede, velvet, denim, all the different things that are potentially at the point where you might need to change your needle, you might need to change your foot, you might find like the little tips, like you say with the tissue paper helps. It isn't necessarily always your sewing machine or user error, is it? We said this yesterday with Stuart. You know this term that we say, I can't remember this. What's the saying now about like a tradie blames his tools?
Oh, that's right. Yes, shoddy workman always blames his tools or something.
And actually, it's not. Having the right tools for the job makes a massive difference.
It really
on your
does.
end result.
And I always put at the back of it, always practice, because I can tell you what works on my sewing machine, and then when I bring it in here, it doesn't always necessarily work on this sewing machine. Sometimes it works on better on this sewing machine than my sewing machine at home. So I'd always say, before you start any project which you deem as maybe a slightly more difficult material, cut a little piece off. Try it. I will do it with lots of different threads. I'll see what colours it uses. Because you've got a thicker pile, sometimes if you want, say, a fancy stitching on it, you'll put it on and you'll think, it's completely disappeared. So you obviously need a thicker thread weight to go on that, or maybe put a backing on it as well, so it gives it that bit of stability as well. And so always play with it first. Never just go, right, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut it out and it's going to work. Because it might not. If you want to quilt on velvet, there's lots of different, I've sort of tried lots of different stitch lengths, and I found that on some velvets, 4's really good, but you might find on others you might need a 5 almost to make it work, because it's a thicker velvet. So all of these come with slightly different piles as well. So just have a play with them. Go to the guide and think, right, okay, if I use this needle, this thread, this foot on it, then hopefully you can have a play and think, actually, that works. And then you can cut it all out and really have a good go at your project, and you're going to be happy with what your project is. There's nothing worse than doing it and thinking, oh, that was rubbish. And then people get really disheartened and sad, when really it's not your fault. You've only followed something, but maybe not quite used the right threads and needles and you know, what you needed to do with it.
Even down to cutting it out on a flat surface, or singular layers, or making sure it's in the right direction, especially like you say with fur or something,
and
with
velvets
a
and
pile.
with a nap on it.
So this is another one that is absolutely brilliant. It has gone wild in the house. Woo! Woo!
Woo, woo. Thank you so much,
£4, and that is your physical copy.
It's really cold like this. It's weird that you always end up singing in the bleak midwinter. I've sort of walked the dogs humming to myself. Such a nice song, isn't it? And it is in the bleak midwinter on a frosty morning, but it's not frosty in here. It's nice and nice and warm. So I hope you're going to stay with me all morning. We've got loads of fabulous, fabulous things today, and we've got a bit of a dressmaking masterclass, 2 hours of it as well. But we are going to start with all your essential quilting tools today, and we're going to have an early bird, which is for this early bird can be used for all of your sewing. Da, 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 da. It is Quilter's Starch Savvy. So this is a synthetic starch spray. You might have heard us talk about synthetic starches, Best Press, Starch Savvy. This is one of those synthetic sprays. It's fabulous. So it's not like your old-fashioned starch that would make your collars and your cuffs really, really crisp. It's a synthetic, and it's fabulous. So what you do, particularly with patchwork and quilting, is you get your fabric, you give it a quick spray, and then you press it. And it gives your fabric an extra stiffness, not like super stiff, but an extra stiffness, makes it easier to cut, easier to sew, and also stops it distorting. So if particularly you're doing patchwork and quilting, and maybe you're cutting across the bias because you're cutting triangles, this will keep it more stable. Once you start using synthetic starch, you'll use it all the time. If you've got a piece of fabric that's, you know, when you buy a fat quarter or half metre and all the creases are ironed in, spray it with this. It comes out magic. It's wonderful stuff. You can run your fabric through the machine, won't affect it, and when you wash your fabric, it completely disappears. It is your best friend for stitching. Oh, we have a slight broken graphic issue. Okay, so we're just going to bend the graphics because I need to be able to show you what the special offer is on that. I'm going to start with the menu while Ben sorts out his numbers. So coming up today, obviously, to start with Start Quilting. These are your essential tools. So if you've never patchworked and quilted before, I'm going to show you all the essential tools that you can use, from pins to thread to needles to spray starch. If you are already a quilter, there'll be lots of things here that you may need or want to add to your sewing arsenal, and that's at 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock, we've got the lovely Holly Dennett in today, who is going to give us a fantastic dressmaker. She's going to be demonstrating at 9 o'clock, beautiful dress, the Merchant and Mills. It's called the Ellis and the Hattie dress. Really lovely. There it is. It comes, you can make it like this with sleeves. It has a beautiful darts across the bodice and a nice pleated drop waist, or you can make it without the sleeves, depending on what look you want. And Holly's going to give us a real in-depth masterclass on what darts are, how you transfer them for your pattern, how you mark them on your fabric, and how you sew them. So that's going to be great. It's a great dress, and the patterns are available. There's 2 patterns because it's available in such a large size range. Marvellous. Then at 10 o'clock, it's designer fabric bundles, including some amazing waterproof William Morris. I didn't even know we did waterproof William Morris. Glorious. So we've only ever had it on air once, complete sellout. We've got it back in stock for the first time today. So that's lovely. And as well as that, we've got some really great Sanderson bundles. We've got Liberty bundles. We've got little bundles, big bundles, all sorts. So this is a way of you adding to your fabric stash or starting your fabric stash. Holly will be back with us at 11 o'clock to show us how to make the lovely maison fauve, the Chelsea blouse. The Chelsea blouse is gorgeous. It's got some really nice little tucks across the top of the bodice, which are really lovely and give a real shape to the blouse. It's a beautiful blouse and a real must-have to your wardrobe, to really simple enough to make, but looks really classy. And again with that, we're going to go dressmaking masterclass, and Holly's going to show us in depth how you do pleats and tucks, how to mark them, how to sew them, and all the bits you need to know. So if you've got any dressmaking questions at all today, it's a good day to message us in. And at 12 o'clock, we're going to finish off the day with homeware kits. We all love a kit, don't we? And it's lovely to be able to make, sometimes you want to make a big patchwork quilt, other times you want to make little homeware items, you know, whether it's fabric tubs, book covers, all different sorts. Right. Now, if you are a brand new to Sewing Street, or if you've watched but you haven't bought, I'm just going to go through how it all works. So the best thing to do, the easiest way to shop with us, is to shop on the internet. So you just type in www.sewingstreet.com. You click on Watch Live that's on the top, and then you scroll all the way down. And what you'll get is coming up on today's show. Now, these are all the items that I haven't talked about yet, but we've loaded onto the system so that you can get ahead. So if you want to buy the dressmaking patterns, either the 9 o'clock or the 11 o'clock ones, or if you want to get some of the homeware kits in advance, because you know you're going to go out and you don't want to miss out, this is how you do it. You scroll down and then you just click on Add to Basket, and then don't forget to check out. So these are all the items that we've got in this first 8 o'clock hour that are all your quilting tools and essentials, from the needle gripper to pressing mats, clips. We've got bobbin clamps, thread, all sorts. So as we run them through each day, through each hour, and I talk about them, they will move to the other column on today's show deals. But this is where you can get ahead, because I know lots of you who are new to Sewing Street. So, well, I want to buy something, I can't find it, and you've been talking about it. This is the place to find it. There we go. Right, we're back. We're back. Pardon? Sorry, I'm just listening. What's wrong? Right, okay. All of the graphics across the whole building have broken, which I haven't been able to show you on the price for this yet. But they're back. They're back. Hooray! They're back. Everybody lost them. Ben's just run around the studio, so you can barely speak now. Anyway, so the price for this should be £9.99, but it is our early bird. We have an early bird every day, and the special price today, £2 off, £7.99. It's not aerosol, it's a trigger action pump spray. All you do is lay your fabric on your ironing board, spritz it with this, and then press it. And it will just give that extra stiffness that makes cutting and sewing and pressing a lot easier. So if you've never used it, but you've heard some of our guests talk about, oh, I always best press that. People use it as an adjective now. Well, the Starch Savvy is the same as best press, just a different make. This is a really good way of you having a go and seeing what you think. I never used it. I always press my fibre, but I never used to use it. But now I just use it as my go-to, and it does make a difference. So it really is a top quilting essential for you. Only £7.99 as well. Now, don't forget, if you put it into your basket, you need to check out. It's a bit like going around the supermarket and not paying. If you don't check out, it's not yours. But we only have one postage and packing fee per day, and it doesn't matter how many times you check out. So it's not like with some websites where you've got to wait and you've got to think, oh, well, I'll wait to see what I'm going to buy. I only want to check out once. You can check out all the time between now and midnight. Obviously, after midnight, we start all over again. But between now and midnight, you can check out numerous times. You will only be charged 1 P&P. But if it's in your basket, because we can see whose basket it's in, we can see how many people have got it. If it's not checked out, it's not yours. Anyway, this price will go back up at midnight. This price is only our special early bird deal, which we do have every day, a different early bird, and they go back to the full price at midnight. So if you want to save yourself £2, that's half your P&P covered, isn't it? And it really is your quilting essential. £7.99. We have... Also, we nearly always have this in stock, so when you've got it and you've had to go with it... Oh, is it? This is the first time we have ever reduced... We've never reduced it. So, first time ever, Quilter Starch Savvy. Have a go with it. See what you think, and then obviously we do try and keep it in stock all the time. If you like it, you can try it again then. But try it at £2 off. I'll leave that with you, and I will let you know how we go. Yes. So the next thing I want to show you is the Quilted Bear Mini Steam Iron. Now, we use a lot of different irons when we're sewing. We use like our big full-on steam irons. We use mini irons. We use all different sort of brands. I think this is a fantastic iron. I've actually got one of these, so I know it's fantastic. So normally, you know when you get a travel iron, they're a bit rubbish, aren't they? You take them on holiday with you. They don't steam. They don't heat up very well. They just sort of skim the surface. This is a proper steam iron, but it's mini. So it is absolutely brilliant for sewing, for your sewing. So when you want to do, maybe you're just pressing a few little things, maybe you want to press as you sew, maybe you've got a little ironing mat on your sewing table and you're doing FPP and you want to press as you sew. Rather than getting out your big iron, this is great. It's also, the reason I've got mine is I do use it for little sewing things, but I also take it away with me. Now, the cool thing about this, not only the price, look at the price, £25.99. For a fully proper steam iron, bit mini, it comes with a case. So when you open the box, you've got a really nice hard case, which means that if you want to pack it in your suitcase, you can. All unzips. This is fantastic for taking to workshops. You don't want to be queuing up for the iron. You want to be taking your own. Now look at the little case. There's a little space to put. It's even got its own mini water jug. Take the iron out. And as you can see, it is a proper iron. It's got a proper, really good long flex. So you can use it in place of a normal iron. Undo the whole thing. So proper long flex, like a proper. You fill it up with water in this little bit here. Fill it up. You can use it with steam, without steam. You've got all the different settings, so whether you've got it cool all the way sort of a medium and hot. It's even got a little button that has a shot of steam as well. So just like your normal steam iron, it's got everything. It's got a really nice, smooth ceramic sole plate. So it is a proper, fully functioning steam iron. It is not your normal travel iron. So if you want to use it for workshops, if you're just doing little bits of ironing and you want to just get into like corners of bags or cuffs, or when you're doing your pressing very small seams open, it's ideal. Great for taking on holiday with you as well. And it makes a lovely present because it comes in here with a little jug. But look at that price. $25.99 for a mini, fully functioning, really great. And I have one of these. I use it all the time at home. If you ever watched any of my Amber Makes videos, you'll always see me using this because it is fabulous for your little sewing things. It is a great price. It is one of your quilt. Well, an iron is a sewer's essential, isn't it? But we don't always want to get out the big iron, and particularly if you're going to workshops and you want to take one with you. Why I like it is the fact that it comes with the case as well, because, you know, travelling with an iron, how do you travel with that? And they've designed it in such a way that it's very ergonomic, so it's got a nice handle to hold on, but then the cord easily wraps around that section and it fits neatly back in. So you've got everything that you need, all fits in really well into the case, zip it up, and then you're ready to go. And I think that's a fantastic price. $25.99 for a proper steam iron. And that is great quality as well. It's a lovely gift for somebody as well. Because, you know, anyone who does sew, well, anyone, even if you're going travelling, it doesn't have to be for sewing at all. I mean, it's a mini steam iron. It can be used for anything, but who didn't want one of those? Look, there we go. Amazing. Right. But we do have another iron as well, because obviously we are talking quilting essentials. Right, now this is your full Beldray iron. How much is that? $29.99. Wow. That's so for only £4 more. That's a very good price. This is a cordless iron as well, which is brilliant, isn't it? Because sometimes that's what you need, is you want to be able to take it off and iron over there or something. You know, sometimes you want to be able to have it, but you want to be able to have it close by. But if you want to be able to take your iron to press it in a different place, or if you're not near a plug, or it's actually lighter, because obviously you can take it off the base to use it. So it turns around 360. It has different steam settings. It's got a shot of steam, and it has the spray. It's got the heat settings that go from synthetic, silk, wool, linen, cotton, just what you would expect from any iron. It's got a really nice ceramic sole plate. It is the titanium edition. And then can you see on the bottom here, there's the lock and the unlock button. So if you want to keep it on there because you don't want it to keep charging it, you just unlock it. But if you want to be able to take it off, really simple. It makes it a lot lighter to use because you're not then having to have the power within the iron. So if you've got an iron that's not cordless, the power has to be in the iron, but it makes it ever so light to use. And then you just pop it back on there. But if you want to keep it with the power on all the time, then you can just lock it back in place, entirely up to you. So it means that you can keep that off your ironing board if you want to. Use your ironing and then just quickly charge it up when you need to. $29.99. That's an amazing price, isn't it? It's a nice iron as well. So whether you want it for your sewing, whether you just need a new iron, it's a really, really useful. And I think it's really good. The fact that you can have it corded or cordless, I think is really useful, because sometimes you want one, sometimes you want the other. It's got a really nice sharp point as well, so you can really get into those corners. If you're dressmaking and you're doing small sections, or if you're doing bag making, you want to get into the corners, or when you're pressing open those little pockets, if you're doing those, then it's brilliant. I think that's a fantastic price. $29.99. Amazing. Right, let's do the rotary cutter blades, which I can't find. They must be under all of these. Where are they? Ah. There they are, found them, sorry. Rotary cutter blades, I mean, this is your essential for quilters, isn't it? Is having a rotary cutting equipment, your mat, your ruler and your cutter. Now, these are 45mm blades, which is your standard rotary cutter. That was what most rotary cutters are. These will fit any brand of rotary cutter. As long as it's 45mm, which is what the standard is, these will fit any of them. £8.99, I mean, this is a must, isn't it? All you have to do is go over a pin and then you need a new blade. And it's very important that you keep them sharp all the time, because you know what it's like when you cut in fabric and you cut through and then you've got all those little threads that you need to break off. No good at all, are they? Yes. Right, so we're going to have a little, yeah, because we broke all the graphics and we couldn't really talk. Well, we didn't, because the graphics were all broken, and you couldn't actually shop at 8 a.m. Ben's going to do us a little discount, a little apology discount. Oh, that's a good price. £6.99 for 3 rotary cutter blades. That's amazing. They will come in nice little packet as well. But if you haven't got them, it is really frustrating because you've blunted your blade, you're going through your fabric, particularly if you're cutting through more than one layer, you have all those threads you then have to cut off with scissors. Always good to have spare. I always have spare blades and spare needles because it's most frustrating when they break or when you've chipped or cut out the edge, or they just blunt after a while, don't they? £6.99. These will fit, as I said before, into any brand of rotary cutter. That is just over £2 a blade. What a bargain. And like I say, so this is, let me just show you, because I've got a clover one here. This is it's your standard rotary cutter. So remember, it doesn't matter what brand, whether you've got an Alpha one, Clover, we do all different brands. These blades will fit into all of them. But that is your standard rotary cutter size for that one. There are bigger ones and smaller ones, but we thought because it's our quilting essential show, we would give you the standard blades. Only £6.99. Pop them in your basket. Don't forget to check out. £2 off. That £2, that will go back up again at midnight. Any of the little offers and deals we do, nearly always, they will go back up again at midnight. And then you've missed the deal. That's a shame, isn't it? Fabulous. Fabulous. Right, what should we do next? Yes, now, this is an amazing quilting essential, H640. I know we're always going on about, oh, H640. H640 is a fusible fleece or wadding. They call it fleece, but it's the same thing, fusible fleece or wadding. Now, the joy of fusible fleece or wadding is that if you want to quilt something, probably not your whole patchwork quilt, but something smaller, it is fusible on one side and not on the other. So you can iron it onto your fabric. So maybe if you are making a bag and you want to line it, you can put this between the lining and the outer and it will give it a bit of structure. It's really good for smaller quilts or little wall hangings or makeup bags or anything you want to add a little bit of substance to. Now, this is a 1 metre piece. So it's 1 metre long, 90 centimetres wide. It's £9.99. I always have this in my stock because it's really, really useful to add in, for adding into things. And if you look on our website, how much is it? Yeah, the half metre is £5.99. So this should be £11.99. But it's not. It's £9.99. It's because of the bulk buying, isn't it? Buying a metre piece. Now, obviously, if you multi-buy these, they will come as metre pieces. But it doesn't add too much depth, thickness. So when you want to do like a small bag, or maybe you're doing table mats, it's just enough. You can then quilt through it or not. But it takes the stress and the hassle out of quilting. Because it irons on, you haven't got to do any basting, tacking, safety pinning into place. You just simply press it on to the wrong side of your fabric. Now, it does have, on the back of it, it does have a few instructions. So it does say 15 seconds with a damp cloth. So what you're supposed to do is place this glue side down onto your fabric. so your fabric's underneath. Then take a damp cloth, I usually use a tea towel or something, put that on top and press it for 15 seconds. Now everybody has their own special ways of doing it. Some people do it with the fabric on top, so that you'll do it with that side. What I would say, if you're doing it with the fabric on top, you don't really have to have the damp cloth so much. It's when you've got the fleece itself on top, you need something to protect it. If you press on top of here, and because you've got to press for 15 seconds, you know, you might find this surface melts a little bit. So don't press directly onto it, but do it that way instead. But actually, if you go onto the Vliceline website, because this is who it's produced by, they do a whole long set of instructions and tutorial of exactly how to use it. But it is so useful. I mean, particularly when you're doing homewares, when you're making things like doorstops where you want to add a little padding to them. I mean, I often use it when I'm making something that I just want to have a little bit more structure. Even if I don't quilt it, it's really useful. But if you're new to quilting and you've never tried it before, start off with H640, because you then don't have to bother with all the tacking and the basting and everything, because you just press it into place and it's gone. If it comes unstuck at all, if you haven't pressed it for long enough, you just pop it back under the iron and press it again. But this is a whole 1 metre piece. And if you multi-buy, you will get it all as 1 metre pieces. Yes, stitch remover. So we all make mistakes. I would be surprised anyone who doesn't have to unpick. Now, normally, if you have to unpick your seams, you get a stitch ripper or a pair of scissors, but you have to be really careful, don't you? Because if you cut the fabric at all, if you're going too fast, then, you know, you've got a hole in your fabric. This is brilliant. I know it looks like a lady shave. It isn't. It isn't. It looks like a lady shave. Do you remember the lady shave? I think they still do the Philips lady shave. It looks like one of those, but it isn't that. It is a stitch remover. So I don't know whether it's charged up, this one. Levi's looking at me and frowning. Oh, yes, it is. So what it does is it doesn't cut you, because I have tried it before. So you can put it on your skin, and look, it doesn't cut at all. But if you've got a seam, all you have to do is run this along the seam, and it unpicks it. Immediately, it won't cut the fabric, though. What it's also really good for, if you've got like something like a T-shirt that's got a logo on it. Oh, have you got some sewing there? Oh, yeah, we've got a video of it. Yeah, so if you've got a logo on a T-shirt or a pair of jeans or something that you don't want on there, if you run this across it, it undoes all the stitching and it doesn't cut the fabric. That's amazing. Do we get to see the finished thing? So you just run it, and when we first launched this, I did use it for that to see if it worked, and it honestly does take it all off, because all it's doing is it's shaving the thread, but it doesn't cut the fabric. There we go. So it removes all of the embroidery. I mean, to be honest, most of us sewers who have bought this use it for undoing seams that they've already stitched. But this is another use of it, is obviously. But look, things like this, removing a pocket. You imagine trying to cut that with scissors. Almost impossible to do, especially because there's loads of reverse stitching. Emma says, does the stitch remover work well with overlocker stitches? Yes, it does. It does. Look, I have some. Do you have a go? Do you have a go? Right. Look at that. So I could just run it over like that, couldn't I? Or I could run it like that. Look at that. So if I wanted to undo the overlocker stitches, you can run them like that. You can run it along there. If you are undoing seaming, it's brilliant. Right, I'm going to do that. Look at that. Just pull them out now. If you're undoing a seam between two pieces, you just run it along the seam and it undoes it all. This is amazing, isn't it? I don't know how it works without cutting the fabric, but it just does. So look, see, I've done that. Look. Look how fab that is. But it is so safe. Look, I've tried it loads of times. I don't know whether it actually cuts your hair or not. Probably. But it doesn't cut your skin. So it's really, really safe to use. I think it's a fantastic piece of equipment. In the box, because obviously this is charged, because you don't have to have it plugged in, but obviously you will need to charge it. So it comes with a plug for charging. It comes with a little brush, which you can use to give it a nice little clean. And a little bottle as well. Right, so we are selling it for $29.99. Oh, look, elsewhere, look at that, $34.99. That's brilliant, isn't it? So on that website, look at that, was $59.99. They've reduced it to $34.99, but us, $29.99. It is a really, really great piece of equipment because it will... and in the box, look, you've got all the instructions. So it's telling you exactly how to charge it all. Oh, it talks about oiling it as well. Oh, that's what the little bottle's for. It requires very little oiling. When it's necessary to oil, turn the Bridgewater stitch remover on, hold the unit with blades facing up and squeeze a drop of oil onto the blades. There you go. I don't know how long we're going to reduce this for, but it is fantastic, isn't it? I mean, you think about the times when you do have embroidery on something you want to remove. In the main, I think, as sewers, you'll be using it for unpicking seams, which is so much better. Darlene says, I have the stitch remover. It's brilliant. I use it on denim and even silk lining. Highly recommend it. Thank you, Darlene. It's useful. I think it's brilliant because I've got one. I think it's fabulous. I've used it loads here. But obviously, it's really useful to see what others of you that have it. I think it's amazing for this because you imagine trying to undo these overlocker stitches. And also, because it's got quite a fine little cutting blade, if you only wanted to undo a couple of stitches, you could do. It's actually quite satisfying to use as well, isn't it? So you do that on one side, and then you go on the other side. Look. That's really satisfying, isn't it? So you imagine trying to cut all that. And you know what it's like when we unpick? We start off really, really careful, don't we? We just do a few little stitches. And then you get a bit carried away. And you then are less careful. And then you end up cutting loads off. It's actually quite good for snipping stitch. I've used it as well. You know, when you've got, like, maybe you've done some quilting and on the back of your patchwork quilt, you've got all the ends to cut off. You can just go along with this and cut off all the ends. I think $29.99 is a great price. So if you just want to look, just like snip a thread, it's very great. It's great if you want to just cut threads very close to the work as well. What a fab thing. $29.99. Give it a little graph paper. Yeah, I love the graph paper. Right, this is great, Pat. So if you do your own designing, or if you just want to draw out a small design, or maybe you're designing like a block and you want to be able to draw it, this is brilliant because it is life size 12 by 12 inches. Now, it features on here 12-inch, 8-inch and 4-inch squares. So you've got 4-inch, 8-inch and 12-inch squares. Right, sorry for my silence. I had to change my mic. Something had gone wrong with it. Is that better? Is that better? There was a problem, they couldn't hear me. Anything else that go wrong? Sorry for that. I hope you enjoyed looking at the graph paper. So it's really great because you've got 4-inch squares. So each square is 1/4 of an inch, and is it actually the right size? I think for $6.99, You're getting all of these. You're getting 25 sheets. So, like, for example, you know, if you want to draw some blocks out, you want to see how things work. Also quite good if you want to design like little knitting patterns and things. You know, when you're doing a chart for knitting. That's what I use mine for, because the squares are nice and big. But because it's actual size, sometimes if you are drawing out a quilt block or you're drawing out a pattern or something, you can't really get an idea of what it'll look like. But because when you draw it on here, it'll be the actual size. Each of the squares is 1/4 of an inch. It's so easy. It's easy then to add on your 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, because you know that each square is 1/4 of an inch. £6.99. It's really, really useful. It's the sort of thing, I mean, I use graph paper all the time for designing, but when I'm doing quilt blocks, I like to use this because it's actual size. Worth having, definitely worth having. I think that's a good price as well. £6.99. Fabulous. Right, I'm going to recap the early bird, because I know we've had a lot of problems with, I don't know the graphic what's going on. Maybe it's because it was below freezing or something. Anyway, so if you were struggling to get this morning, this is our early bird. So we have an early bird every day, which means it's a product that we choose, that we give you a special offer, a special discount on. It might be a new product, it might be one of our favourite products, but this is the first time we have ever reduced the quilt to Starch Savvy, £7.99. So this is your synthetic starch. If you've heard guest designers talk about Starch, Best Press, Starch Savvy, it's the same thing, it's just a different brand. It's a synthetic starch that you spray onto fabric, which gives it an extra slight stiffness. It won't make it like cardboard, but slight stiffness that stops it fraying whilst you're sewing as much. Not completely get rid of it, but it will slow down the fraying. It will also help when you are cutting fabric on the bias, whether that's curves or whether it's across the bias for triangles. The fabric won't stretch and distort as much, and it presses, sews and cuts better, and it also gets rid of the creases when you've bought fabric that comes pre-folded like fat quarters. So all you do is you put your fabric on the ironing board, give it a quick spray. It's not an aerosol, it's a trigger action pump. Press it, and then you've got that synthetic starch on it, and then it washes away afterwards if you want to. £2 saving. Now that's only going to be till midnight. Special price, only till midnight. And we've never reduced it before either. Should be £9.99. So if you've heard us talking about it, if you've always wanted to have a go, if you find when you're using fabric, whether you're using a cotton lawning, a patchwork weight fabric, whatever, if you want to give it a little bit more body and crispness for while you're sewing. For example, if you've ever sewn with cotton poplin, which is a much more tightly woven fabric than quilting weight fabric, it's crisper. So you'll know what I mean about how nice it is to sew with poplin, because it is so crisp. It's really lovely. It sort of you get that same effect when you use Starch Savvy. So save yourself £2. Pop it in your basket. What a great price. Oh, the other thing was the rotary cutter blades. They were £8.99, but we've reduced them. No, I've got them, just lost them, put them underneath everything else. 3 rotary cutter blades for £6.99. That was our special apology price for the day. 3 rotary cutter blades, get the wrong way around, for £6.99, which is a fabulous price, isn't it? They will fit any brand rotary cutter, as long as it's 45mm, which is your standard size anyway. But worth having. Pop it in your basket. Don't forget to check out. And save yourself £2. £2. There we go. Because quite often, they're way more than that, aren't they? How much are those? 3 for £11? That's a bargain, isn't it? Look at that. 3 for £11. What are we? 3 for £6.99. And you know what? They're all the same, these rotary cutter blades. They fit in anything. I mean, they are the same brand. They've just got theirs spread out a bit more. Exactly the same. Yeah, see, actually, why pay for that plastic packaging when you could have it in a piece of cardboard and save yourself all that money? Maybe that's why it's more. Don't know. Anyway, well, that's our special price for you today anyway. That'll go back up again. £6.99. Have you got another one? Yeah, that is the same make, isn't it? £9. Look at that. I don't know, that's weird, isn't it? That's 3, 45 mil, so easy. And that's £9. See, we do spend quite a lot of time. I know the buying team, when they're buying things, and the scheduling team, when they're looking at, we are constantly looking at prices. It's really important to us, well, to stay in business, and to you, that we stay competitive. I mean, we can't always guarantee that we are always the cheapest, but we try and stay as competitive as we can. Now, look at this. Prim, £20. £20 for 3. Well, do you know, it's a rotary cutter blade, isn't it? Well, so we're always constantly looking at prices to make sure that we are the same as everyone else. We try and be cheaper if we can be, but it is really important. And also for you, because, you know, if you're like me, you're looking at prices and you're shopping around all the time. You're not going to buy things if they're more expensive, are you? So why would you? I wouldn't. £6.99 for 3. What a bargain. What a bargain. Let's do friction pens. I love friction pens. Now, maybe this is something you haven't used before. So it's a marking pen, a friction pen. The brilliant thing about friction pens is that you can write on fabric with them. The second, even more brilliant thing is that they remove as soon as you heat them. So when you iron over them, the marks remove. So I use them all the time. I use them just for marking turning gaps, seam allowances. I use them always for marking my quilts. So once I've layered my quilt together, I mark my quilt top. So whether I'm doing curved lines, diagonal lines, straight lines, I mark them using a ruler, one of these pens, sew over them, and then I just press my quilt and it's gone. You must always test, because some fabrics, obviously, maybe it won't remove by. To be honest, I've never found a fabric I haven't removed it, but you should always test. These are an absolute fantastic, they're just a godsend, because they make your sewing more accurate. So maybe you're doing like half square triangles or you're doing flying geese. You can mark that centre diagonal line and stitch either side of it. You could also mark the stitching lines. Maybe you're more of an embroiderer. You can write on them, you can trace things, you can embroider across it. If you can't press the fabric, you just use a hairdryer. So it's any sort of heat will remove the marking. I mean, they are just fantastic. In the old days, when you had to mark quilts or mark things, you'd be using tailor's chalk, you'd be using carbon pens, pencils, all of that. This is brilliant. You know, just things like if I'm making a bag lining and I want to mark the turning gap, rather than putting the pins in, I just mark with these. Now, this pack, you've got 4 in the pack, and they are cool colours, aren't they? Sky blue, purple, coral pink, and apricot orange. So that means you can use them, they will show up on all different coloured fabrics. So obviously if you're using like a navy fabric and you want to show up, use the apricot orange. If you're using a white fabric, maybe use the blue. If you know, depending on what colour fabric you're using, you've got all of these different ones. They come in a special holder so that you can actually open it up and you can have it sitting on your desk. You can, I mean, they weren't invented originally to use for fabric. They were to use because the pen marks come out with friction, so they have a little rubbery end that when you rub over, it's not a rubber, but the friction causes the heat that gets rid of them. So they were used for people who wanted to just be able to rub out easily. They're very good for having reusable cards. So you could write all your Christmas cards in them and then people could just iron it off and use them again. If only everyone did that, you could just keep sending them back and forward all the time. It'd be great. You still have to pay the postage though, unfortunately. Oh, yeah. And then if they got really... Yeah, that's true, actually, because when they get really cold, sometimes I've heard people saying they've taken quilts on flights when they've been going to quilt shows. And then when they get to the quilt show, because the cold makes it come back. So if you have removed... It has to be really cold, though. So if you've removed marks and you don't want to, if you put your fabric in the freezer, they come back again. Once they get back up to room temperature, they'll go again. But it does come back if you go really cold. So £10.99 for them, really, really worth having. What else should we do? Yeah, Aurifil Necessities. Now, these are fabulous because we talk about all different sorts of threads, and I'm not a thread snob at all because I honestly believe there are different threads for different tasks, and it depends also what your budget is and what you're doing. So you might want to use a less expensive polyester thread if you're just doing loads and loads of seaming. But if you're doing, maybe you're making a patchwork quilt and you want to use your top quality thread, Orifil is really worth it. It's an Egyptian long staple cotton. So it means because the staples, so the fibres of the cotton, are much longer, you don't get all that bobbling and fluffing. Actually, when you look at the price of it as well, we always think of, people always go, oh yes, Orifil's that really expensive thread. When you look at the actual price per metre, it isn't. So this is your necessities collection. So you're getting white, cream, pale grey, and black. Now, on each reel of thread, there are, I think it's, is it 1300? Yeah, 1300 metres. It's a 50 weight thread, which means that's your standard thread. So you can use it for patchwork, quilting, dressmaking, all sorts. It goes a really long way. I've made a whole patchwork quilt and quilted it using just one reel. Although it's 50 weight, it's the same weight as the normal thread you'll use because, as I said, because the staples lie very flat, it sits within your fabric better. So if you work out the metre cost of it, it's not as expensive as you think, but it's a very fine, beautiful quality thread. And we are going to give you a special New Year price for it as well. No way. $34.99 for 4, that's all 4 of them, they come in this nice box as well, 4 1300 metre reels, £8.74 per spool. That's amazing. If you've never used Orifil before, but you've heard people talking about it, it is like one of the top quality threads. And you thought, oh, I don't know whether I use it. Take advantage of this amazing New Year offer. If you have used Orifil before, then this is brilliant. I use this grey, because I have this pack, obviously. This grey I use a lot for coloured fabric. So when you're doing like rainbow fabric and you don't know which colour to use, this grey is a very warm grey. It fits in really well. We've got loads and loads if you've got this in your basket now. The white is lovely. It's not bright, bright white. It's a very slight off-white. You've got a really nice rich cream, and then the black is great for using for navies or greys or blacks. But $34.99, that's a fantastic £7 saving. £7 saving for all 4 reels of thread. If you find in your machine, because I know some people say in the machine, oh, my machine doesn't like Orifil in the bobbin, just use a standard thread in your bobbin, even if it's just a polyester thread, which I have done with some machines I've found. Some brands of thread, I think, oh, my machine doesn't like, I've just changed the one in the bobbin. But if you find, with any brands of thread, to be honest, just use a different one, more of a standard thread in your bobbin. But then just use your Orifil for your top thread. Sometimes I don't want to waste the Orifil in my bobbin. I'll use something else in there. Obviously, most machines, the majority will. I've just heard a few people saying, oh yeah, my machine doesn't like it in the bobbin, so just use a different one for that. But this is a great opportunity because these are a really good standard. Now, we don't have masses of stock of this. We've got 25 of you got this in your basket. You need to get checked out on that. But how many have we got left in stock? He's just checking. Right, but we have less than that in stock. No. So if everyone checks out, we will have sold out. $34.99, save yourself £7 if you haven't tried Orifil before. It doesn't have to just be for patchwork and quilting. Even if you're a dressmaker or home sewer as well, it is brilliant. I find it just sits within the fabric better. And it also has, although it's pure cotton, it does have just the slightest sheen, which makes it lovely. It's a really lovely thread to use. I think also your problem you'll find is once you try this, you'll then want to use it all the time, and then you have to buy all the colours. But it's a great thread. And as I say, it's so nice having such a big reel of thread. Because you know your standard 100 metre reels, You think, well, where's that gone? Half of it's gone on the bobbin and the other half, I've only got half a reel left. These nice big 1300 metre reels last such a long time. Right, we only have 17 left. We only have 17 of these packs left and then they're gone. And we've got over 30 of you have it in your basket and we have 17 left for your £7 saving. So I would go and check out with that one if I was you. Now, let's do bobbin clips, because I think these are genius. Because, you know, we sell all sorts of... It's great, this shop, isn't it? All sorts of things, all different prices. Now, this is brilliant. These are so affordable and they're brilliant. And all of you who use bobbins will know why these are brilliant. So, you know when you've wound your bobbin up and then the thread starts coming off, maybe it depends where you keep your bobbins, whether you keep them all together in a box, then they start coming unwound. Well, all you do is you get your bobbin... Actually, I'll find a bobbin, shouldn't I? I wonder if there's one in here. Oh, there's one. I'll steal one out of that. 720, must remember to put it back. So, you know when you've got your bobbin like this, so you just wind it up, and then you pinch it like that, and it just holds it, and it keeps the bobbin in place. What you can then do is you can keep that with the reel of thread. So then you've got your bobbin with that, and it means it won't come unwound. Really simple. It comes with a chain as well. So if you want to, you can put the chain through and you can keep them all attached together. Through your chain, you see. Keep them all attached. Or you could join all of them together. So you could keep your bobbin thread. Because I find I keep my bobbins in one of those bobbin cases. But they still come unwound. Pop that round and that holds it really neatly, doesn't it? £9.99. And you get 20 of them, colour-coded as well. Or you could just attach them all together with the little chain and you could just keep them as a whole thing. And then you can easily see what colour they are and they're nice and safe and they don't come unravelled. A really very simple but really clever invention. Look at that. Just perfect, isn't it? Oh, I want one of these. Why have I not got some of these? Actually, what I would do as well is I'd then keep them. So say you had like the Orifil threads, you could wind the bobbins up and you could just pop the 4 into the box, couldn't you? And then you'd always have the right bobbins with the right threads. But, or maybe, you know, maybe you just keep your bobbins all in a little box together, just pop these round. They're only £9.99. Loads and loads in your basket. We've only got 16 left. That's really good, isn't it? £9.99 for those. I think that's really clever. You are going to save thread. This is actually going to save you money. I'm going to put that back. Otherwise, next time someone who uses the 720 will go, who stole the bobbin? Right, the quilter's tape is about to sell out. This is a single-sided quilter's tape. It's about to sell out. We've only got 3 of those left, so I'll just show you. If anybody would like the quilter's tape, it's brilliant. Pardon? Oh, the mini. Where is it? Oh, I love this. This is one of my... Sorry, Ben's talking to me about the mini impressive one. This is one of my favourite things because it's so cute. Oh, no, it's not that. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Do you know the box is the same size as the handle? This is adorable. And not only is it really cute, it's really, really useful. Again, this is another item that I own, funnily enough. Look how cute it is. Look. How sweet is that? I mean, I know it's adorable, but you can't just buy you can't just buy it because it's adorable. It's really useful for when you only want to press small things. So if you want to get right into a bit, maybe you're making a bag, you know, that's like a tube and you want to get the end of the bag inside, or just inside a purse or a little sort of zip bag. It's ideal for that. Really great for small like collars, cuff, little items. So if you've got the little mini iron, absolutely ideal for this. You could go to your workshop, couldn't you, with your mini iron and your little board. It's brilliant. And it's only £7.49. I just think it's fabulous, isn't it? And it has little legs as well. Little legs, and it folds flat. But it's great for those little ironing tasks because, you know, you get pressing mats and you get pressing boards, but you know it's got proper legs. It's not going to mark your surface at all if you're using like the wool pressing mats where you have to put on top of something. It's just great, isn't it? I think it's only £7.49. I love this little thing. And it just hangs, and then it just lays flat, doesn't it? So again, this is a great thing. If you've got the mini iron, say you've got the mini iron, how cool would this be? There we go. Look. I mean, it's just perfect, isn't it? I think that's so cute. So if you missed on the mini iron earlier, £25.99 for the mini iron, comes in its own travel case. How nice is that? With little mini jug. And then you have to have the little mini ironing board to go with it. You imagine going to your workshop and that, you would be envy of the workshop, wouldn't you? Look at that, I've got my own ironing board. It's fine. But actually, it's not just the fact it's mini. It is really useful when you are doing small items. You know, when you think of the end of your normal ironing board and the curve on it and how big it is. And sometimes when you want to press a seam open and flat, like in the bottom of a bag, and you can't get in there. With an iron like this, an ironing board, you really can. So it isn't just the cuteness of it and the portability. It is actually quite useful. And it's got, as well, it's got a proper ironing board cover. I love this bit. With a string so you can tighten it. So you could make your own little cover to go with it, because you could take that off and use that as a little template. Put that, and then make another drawstring cover to go on top. And how sweet would that be? I think that's adorable. £7.49. Only 12 of these left. So you need to get yourself checked out. Right, let's do some. I'll just put my little iron. Just going to put my little ironing board away. The little one. Okay, just blue. Oh yeah. Blue and green, do you mean? Okay. Gutermann thread. So this is sew-all thread. Sew-all thread means it's 100% polyester, very great quality and very strong polyester thread. So in this pack, it's only £14.99. You've got 5 shades of blue and 5 shades of green with a couple of like teals in there as well. So you've got this is good for denim, if you're sewing with denim. Particularly if you're mending jeans or something, because that's all your shades of denim there, isn't it? Like really pale to pale denim, mid. And then you've got all of the greens. So this is a great quality polyester. They call it a sew-all thread. Again, this is a good one that if you wanted to use a polyester in your bobbin. But the colours in the Gutermann are always really nice. This is a great thread to use because it's very strong. I mean, some people say if you're using polyester fabric, you should use polyester thread, cotton fabric, cotton thread, and that's not really, isn't really the case, to be honest. I think you can use either with either. I use all brands of thread, depends what I'm doing, from the very expensive to the very not so expensive. But Gutermann thread is kind of middle of the road of that. We've got 6 of these boxes left, and we have 14 of them in baskets, but we only have 6 left. Right, we've got another one of these mini packs. But this one is cotton, because we do everything. This is 100% cotton. 100% cotton. I don't know why it's the same price. Just is £14.99. I quite like the colours in this as well. Really nice. Bit vintage. So you've got your 4 blues and your 4 greens, but they're more sort of muted, more vintage shades. 40, yeah, they're normally more expensive than pure cotton threads. Just a bargain then. 14 of those packs left. This is a great pack because this is your rainbow pack, but it comes with a tape measure. Nice tape measure as well. Value pack. Right, £17.99. Now, look, you've got black and white, and then you've got all the colours of the rainbow. So you've got all the bright ones, yellow, orange, red, pinks, purples, blues, and you've got a tape measure with it as well. That's a great pack, isn't it? Oh, I like the tape measure. It's very nice because it's all coloured in bands of 10 centimetres. 17.99, so you're getting 10 reels of thread and the tape measure for 17.99. Value pack. Nice bright colours as well. This is, I think it's sew all thread. I'm just going to check. Oh, no, it's 100% polyester, so this is your sew all thread. But that is a nice gift as well. I quite like that with the tape measure. But if you're doing rainbow sewing or you just need those colours, that's a great value. When you buy the packs like this, where you're multi-buying the threads, it's a less expensive option of doing it. When they bundle them together, you're always saving a bit of money. Now, I've got a lovely pastel one. This one, beautiful pastel shades. Well, how much is this one then? 8 reels of thread, £13.99. And you get a seam gauge. That's fab. So it's got all of the different seams so that you can mark them and measure them on there, as well as all the little insets. You've got the diameters on there. That's brilliant. So you've got like all the different seams, so you could just measure them and mark them. And then you've got 8 reels of the sew-all polyester in beautiful pastel shades, just £13.99. Anyway, with all of these threads, just looking at the stock levels, very low on everything. So if you want to get any of these, you need to check out. We're going to go to a quick break now. I'm going to be back with you in a few minutes' time with Holly, who's going to be showing us the beautiful Merchant and Mills dress, this one here, stand behind me. And she's going to do a dart masterclass. Why do we need darts? What are they on a pattern? How do you transfer them and how do you sew them? So I'll see you back here in just a few minutes' time.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Understitching is a term that I get asked about a lot. You understitch a facing or a pocket edge to help it lie really crisply when you turn it to the wrong side. I've stitched my pocket piece onto the garment. To understitch it, I'm going to open my pocket piece away from the garment with the seam towards the pocket piece. To understitch, I'm going to stitch down very close to the edge of the pocket piece, catching the seam in with my stitching. So now you need to sew it. So make sure you find a spot on your sewing machine foot so that you can line it up close to the edge of the seam. You'll see that the seam has been caught out of the way, and when folded to the wrong side, your pocket edge is going to lie really nice and flat.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longer stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius, simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops, like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw round your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this is our dressmaking hour. Morning, how are you?
Good morning. Hello, I'm okay. How are you?
Excellent. Lovely to have you with us this morning, Holly. Really nice to see you. You're going to give us a dart masterclass.
We sure are, yes.
That's really exciting.
Yeah, this dress uses quite a few.
So this is the Merchant & Mills Hattie and Ellis dress, but it has really unusual darting system, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It doesn't just use the darting for fitting and shaping, it also uses it as like a design feature.
Okay.
So it has quite a few in it.
Because normally you expect to see a bust dart, that's quite standard, but this has darts across the top. Gives it a beautiful shape there.
It does, yeah, it gives a quite different image on a plain fabric compared to a patterned as well. So, yeah, it gives a nice
I know, and what's
detail.
strange, although this is a larger floral, you can't see the darts.
No, you can't see it. No, I know, so it gives a real different...
Clever,
yeah,
clever.
Different fabric to use.
But is it not difficult, though?
No. Once you've mastered the dart, then you can see. You can do so many different things with it, not just shaping.
Well, I guess this is what a lot of dressmakers use when they actually are fitting and shaping, is they'll put a dart in. So once you've used this pattern and understand darts, then you'll be able to use it for your own patterns as well.
Yeah, definitely. Yes.
So this is going to be the dart demystification process.
Yes, hopefully.
Right, let me go through the patterns first. We're going to get all of that out of the way, and then we can get on with the sewing. So the Hattie and Ellis dress, it's got two names because you can have one version, which is the Hattie, which has the sleeves, and then the other version, the Ellis, both in the same pack, obviously, doesn't have sleeves, but it has pockets. So you're getting two dresses for the price of one. But we have them in two size ranges. So the first one, 8 to 18. These are UK sizes, but let me give you the actual measurement. What they're saying is that the 8 is a 32¼ inch bust and the 18 is a 41¾ inch bust. So if your actual bust measures between 32 and 41, then get this pattern. Doesn't matter what size, number, whether you think you're a 10, an 18, 20, doesn't matter. Just go on this bust size. So 32 to a 41 inch bust, you need this pattern here. You are getting both patterns in the envelope. It's just they put the picture of one on one and one on the other, but you will still get both in both. So that's that one, £17.50. That's the size 32 to 41 inch bust. Okay, gorgeous dress. It's a beautiful summer dress. Obviously, it's really nice if you do it in these cottons, but it's really good for mid-season wear as well, because we've got some heavier weight canvases. You can do it in corduroys, and then because it's got that nice sort of elbow length sleeve, you could even wear it with a longer sleeve top underneath, or you could put a cardigan with it, so it doesn't have to be a summer dress, but it's a nice, easy wear dress because it doesn't have a fitted bodice. We love a dress without a fitted bodice. So look at the picture of that one. That is the hat. That is, I forget, Hattie is the sleeveless. That's the Hattie version. So you can see that it's got that slightly dropped waistline with gathers. So it's not fitting, which makes making it easier, but there's also a lot of room for manoeuvre. So even with that dress, you could make that version. It's more like a pinafore then, with a long-sleeved, like, T-shirt top. I still keep forgetting which one. The Hattie version would be like wearing a pinafore. And I like those big patch pockets as well. It's really, really versatile, can be used for all season wear, depending on the fabric that you use. Absolutely brilliant. I think it's a lovely dress. This is the first time that we've ever had this dress on Sewing Street as well. I think it's lovely because the size range is so big and the versatility. I don't know, they should, honestly, I think the dresses would sell better if they called them pinafores. Everyone loves a pinafore because that's what this can be so easily. And then you can have it... use it for the summer. Now, the other size, so if you are, ignore the 18 to 28, because everyone has different ideas on what size they are, don't they? So let's go, 18 is a 42-inch bust up to a 55-inch bust. It's very, very easy wear as well. As I say, remember, it doesn't have a fitted waistline. It's got that nice, slightly dropped waist with all the gathers. So it's just easy fit, lovely. So if you are between a 42 and a 55-inch bust, you need this size. How did you find the pattern to work with it?
It's a good one. Yeah, it's got some really lovely skills in it, which isn't too intimidating.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's really lovely. Like, we've got the gathered skirt, everything is a step by step, and it was really
right. So
really
even
lovely.
if you're a newbie to dressmaking, you can give this a go.
Yeah, definitely, because it's got, as you said, there's no fitting because it's a nice flowy...
I think that makes, because you know when you've got a fitted bodice, it's a little bit trickier,
and also it's got a really nice clasp with just the little button at the back. So
okay, let me show you there's no zipping,
there's no zippers.
So all you've got in the back, you've got that little opening, and then you've got a button and loop.
Yes, so
that's...
so it's the facing inside, which again is very simple to put together.
Yeah, so
nice
I think and also I think without, particularly in the summer, you don't want it to be too tight. You want a bit of looseness, and if you want to use it like a pinafore to put over a long sleeve top, then you don't want it fitted either.
And sewing with the cotton makes life a lot easier as well, because it does what you want it to do most of the time. So it's a lovely.
And
lovely
look,
pattern.
it has side pockets.
Yes. Yeah, that one has...
So this version, the Ellis version, has inseam pockets, and then the Hattie version has patch pockets. But you could change them, you know, if you could do the sleeved one.
Yeah, you can mix and match. You could,
with the patch pockets.
You could move, and those pockets are a really good introduction to pockets.
Okay.
I think sometimes pockets could be a little bit intimidating.
Oh, okay,
again.
so this could be a good, this is your first pocket.
Yeah, very simple to put on those inseam ones. Which again, like you said, you can use it with, you could take them out or put them in or put them on the other version. You can real mix and match with it.
Oh, I think it's fabulous. Fabulous
it's
dress, isn't it?
Very universal.
So those are the two patterns. If you've got any questions about sizes, if you've forgotten, just message us in. You can do that by either messaging us studio@sewingstreet.com, or you can message us on the Facebook page, on the fans page, and then I'll be able to tell you about the different sizes. Now, fabric bundles. Now, we have two different sizes. We have the two different size bundles are in all the fabrics, so I will go through them all. So if you want to make this version, which has the sleeves, you will need a 4.5 metre bundle. There's enough fabric then for all the sizes, all up to the 55-inch bust, the size 28. But if you want to make the sleeveless version, you'll only need 3 metres for all the sizes. So we've got all of the two quantities in all of the fabrics. So we'll start off with this one, the one that Holly's actually made. So the 4.5 metre bundle of this fabric, isn't it beautiful? It's got like a really soft, gentle O'Donnell background. And then you've got this lovely floral. Now, this is a Rose and Hubble cotton poplin. So it's lightweight, but it has that really nice crispness to it. It's only £37.99 for 4.5 metres. But because of the cotton poplin, it really holds those gathers, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It makes it really lovely and really lovely to sew with as well, because like you said, you've got that structure that's stiff.
It's got there's more it's a more tightly woven fabric, so you get more structure to it. So absolutely gorgeous. So for 4.5 meters, which is enough for the biggest size to make the sleeved dress, £37.99. So have we got the same one at 3 meters? So if you want 3 meters of it, which is what you will need to make the sleeveless version, £24.99. That's fabulous, isn't it? It makes dressmaking a bit more affordable. When we've put together bundles like this, we've chosen the right fabric that's right, that suits the pattern, put it together, it does make your dressmaking more affordable. And that is so pretty, isn't it? Maybe you've got, a special occasion coming up. Maybe you've got a summer wedding. You want something really special where you're going to stand out. And so easy to accessorise with this.
Summer wedding would be beautiful, actually, wouldn't it? Yeah, lovely, yeah.
Gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah,
absolutely. But you can be nice in the spring as well. So that's the cotton poplin. We've got one more. This is getting limited now. Very, very popular. Now we've got another cotton poplin, which is this one, which is paisley. So this is the 4.5 metre bundle. £34.99, cotton poplin. It's paisley, but it's really soft, like sugared almond colours. Those sort of soft pinks and peaches. That's pretty, isn't it? £34.99, 4.5 metres. And I mean, do you know, I know quite often you buy the fabric, even if you're not going to make this dress, you've got another pattern in mind. When you think you're getting 4.5 metres of cotton poplin, beautiful, really gentle shade of paisley, this will look very pretty in this dress. And also because you've got these shades of ochre in here, you can really accessorise those. Buy yourself like a deep pumpkin orange cardigan. Would look gorgeous with that. There we go. So that's the 4.5 metres. If you want to make the sleeveless version, just 3 metres, £22.49. Again, this makes dressmaking affordable. Even if you want the 3 metres for something else, £22.49 for cotton poplin, I think, is a great price. And it will come to you cut as a 3 metre bundle. Right. Now, now this is the fabric that Holly's going to be demonstrating with. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's statement.
Yeah.
Now, who watched the behind the scenes at the M&S over Christmas, and they interviewed all the fashion buyers.
Oh, I didn't see that.
And colour drenching is in this season.
Yeah, head to toe.
Head to toe.
Yeah.
And
perfect.
also these sort of chartreuse neon colours.
Oh, wow.
So if you make a whole dress in this, you're fully colour drenched.
Oh, you would, yeah.
And this colour is really in. So they had like cardigans and suits and everything all in this colour.
Oh, lovely.
It is the in-season colour, this one. Well, it was in that programme anyway. But, it was really good because they had all the fashion buyers
I missed
in.
that. I'm going to watch that.
You'd really enjoy that.
Yeah.
And then how they then had all the customers and went, and someone said, well, I could do a bit of colour drenching, but maybe not the whole thing.
Oh,
but
interesting.
This colour was a real winner.
I'm going to catch that up. Yeah, sounds good.
It was really good. Well, it's just really interesting to see what the buyers choose.
Really interesting, yeah. And then what's coming
and what they don't choose.
And what they don't choose, yeah.
So, I missed that one. £29.99 for the 4.5 metre bundle. Now, this is a cotton fabric, but it's linen look, which means it's got those sort of woven-in linen, where you've got some bits that look thicker than others. £19.99 for 3 metres. It's such a statement colour as well. It looks beautiful, accessorised with grey, black, navy, which means that you can use all of those darker colours to put with it. But what a stunning dress that would be. £19.99. Absolute bargain. Right. Now, I've got a lovely, I think this is beautiful. Look at this linen. It's like a linen-coloured background, but the fabric itself is all ferns. Isn't that lovely? So the background is kind of a very pale linen-y colour, and then you've got all of these ferns over it. Very gentle. I like that. £49.99 for the 4.5 metre bundle if you want to make the sleeved version. Now, this has got more weight to it. It's obviously not your poplin. It's a heavier weight. You still obviously can use it for this dress. That's why we've chosen it. But it will just give you, it's more, you're probably going to be using this more sort of autumn, winter, spring rather than the height of summer. And you still can It's never that hot, is it? Well, very, very occasionally. But it's got, can you see, it's just got a little bit more weight than your cotton poplin. But isn't that lovely? See, now this is the one that I would use to put, maybe if I was going to do the sleeveless, like the pinafore version, because then you could just pick up a charcoal grey top to put underneath. It would look really nice. $49.99 for the 4.5 metre bundle. And for the smaller bundle, which is the 3 metre bundle, $34.99. There we go. Right, 2 more fabrics, and these are the plain fabrics. And again, these are a heavier weight. So we've got more of a canvasy. So this is what you're probably going to be using if you want it to be a bit more structured. It's a cotton drill. So this just gives you a much more structured dress. It depends what you want, whether you want your sort of your poplin and you want it more floaty, whether you want it more structured. This is a beautiful wine, a really nice dark red wine. $34.99 for 4.5 metres. Great price. Especially because that's really wide as well. That's really wide. $34.99 for 4.5 metres, but if you want the 3 metre bundle, just $22.99. Like that. Again, nice to accessorise as well with that one. Grey. I mean, you can wear it with black, but I always think grey looks a bit softer. And then the last one, cotton drill again, in navy. This is a very deep midnight navy. $34.99. That's the 4.5 metres. So the 4.5 metre bundle will make the sleeved dress in all the sizes, all the way up to the size 28, which is your 55-inch bust. So the 4.5 metres will make all of the sizes. No, I don't think it would, the 3 metres. Yeah, so 4.5 metres if you're unsure. And then if you want 3 metres of it, $22.99. Right, there we go. We'll talk about lining in a bit, because if you're making the sleeveless version, you will need some lining fabric, because obviously you don't have a sleeve. But we'll talk about that as we go along, because we want to get on with some sewing. Right, Holly, where do we start? So
right,
we've got the pattern.
Yes.
What do the darts look like?
Well, on this one, this pattern, so this is what our pattern looks like, as the front is cut in the fold because it's symmetrical, so it's cut in the fold. On this pattern here, we have 2 darts around the neck and 1 in the side seam. Let me just show you it made up in a plain fabric, so it's a little bit more easier to see.
Oh, you can see it there.
You can see a little bit different. So
isn't that funny? Because that fabric's now come to life.
Yeah, I know.
It looks like a dress now.
Things look completely different when they're cut up,
does,
isn't it? As soon as you even cut it up, not even made, things just look
it's
come
weird,
alive.
Isn't it?
Yeah. So I thought I'd make a sample before we do the sample, so we can see what we're looking at.
Like. So are they bust darts, those side ones?
Yeah, these are bust darts.
Right.
And these are neck darts.
Okay.
So for the neck, you commonly more see the side darts here, but this is more to create the shape as well as a bit of detail as well. So normally we see bust darts here, or coming into here, or up, or maybe down into a pencil skirt. You can use them in the skirt or trouser, anything that you want a little bit more fitted, basically.
Yes, because normally I always think of a bust dart sort of coming from the underarm.
Yeah.
So does that give a different effect?
Yeah, it gives more, because obviously the waistband, it hasn't got a waistband, is more loose. It just gives that little bit of shaping up, going up instead of, so even though it is not a form-fitting dress, it still gives that tiny bit of shape around the bust.
Okay.
Again, with the darts on the neck, gives that shape as well.
And are the neck darts just for decoration, or do they create...
Well, it does create the shape around the top of the neck. You know, you don't always need them, but it is decoration as well.
Okay.
You know. So we'll show you the inside. So this is what it looks like in the inside as well. These darts are quite small darts as well.
Okay.
Again, around the neck, you know, darts can vary in size, not massive because you know, don't want them too big, but also these ones are more on the small size. I think they're about a 0.5 centimetre dart.
Right, okay.
So as we're saying,
So that's what it will look like.
That's
So
what it
you
will look
folded
like.
your fabric in half.
So yeah, here's it all cut out. So we're just going to do it from cutting out. So on the pattern here, some patterns have a dart in the triangle put on the pattern, so you can see very clearly where it is. Or equally, you can still see it clearly, but it just makes it a little less busy on the pattern. So up here are where our dart legs are. So when we're looking at the darts, always refer back to your sewing pattern in the CAD. It just makes it a little bit easier to see where the darts are going to be aiming if they're not drawn on. So we have our legs marked here, which we'll need to mark on our pattern. I have snipped them into the seam allowance, but you could use some chalk depending on your preference.
Okay. So mark them before you take the, the paper
because
off.
we need to know where those darts are. Then on this sewing pattern here, this is where the point of the dart will end. Each size have a different point, so obviously you need to make sure you're using the right size. And this part needs to be marked into our piece of pattern. Otherwise, when we get there, we're not going to know where our dart
So how
is going to
do you mark that?
Well, there's a few ways to do it.
Okay.
Some people use using a thread technique or using a needle. So I'll show you both.
Okay.
So we're going to find where our mark is. So the way I tend to do it, but I'll show you both ways. We want to get our needle, pop it into the 8, and then we'll pull it back. Just make sure that we're seeing it on the camera. And then we get there. And then I tend to just mark it with a pin. Obviously, it does depend on your fabric. You know, if it's a very lightweight fabric, you might not want to be putting excess pins in. And then it's marked there, and I would remember it's there. Another way of doing it, which would catch both sides as well, we grab our thread on a hand needle, make sure it's all in line, and then we pop it through, and we push it all the way through, like that. And then we're able to take away our sewing pattern, and then for this we need to make sure that we have it on both sides.
Oh, I guess because you could mark it on...
Yeah, we need it symmetrical.
Right.
Yeah. So we just pull it through, make sure that's all okay, and we just snip, and then we just mark the other dart under here with pins. So there's two techniques. Other ways you could potentially, if you have more of a hole in your pattern, you could just put a piece of use it invisible pen or chalk.
Oh,
and
okay.
poke through. So it's kind of like a bit of a preference way, but I'll show you two ways.
Well, I guess, like you say, it depends on the fabric. I quite like the thread way.
Yes.
Because it's very permanent, isn't it?
It's very permanent. So it depends if you're going to be doing it all in one go. Or if you're going to be coming back to it, the thread is permanent. If you're going to be marking it and then sewing it, then the pins can be sometimes a little bit quicker.
Right, okay.
But it does depend on what you're doing. Right. There we go. So we have both our darts marked, so in the two different ways. So with darts, you want to be sewing on your wrong side because all the inside is going to be looking like this. So this is what we're aiming for. Now, so these darts are quite thin darts. So sometimes the pinning can be a little bit different, or when you might want to sew them as you go, not pin all of them and then sew. So it just depends on where they're placed. So, right, so on our, catch the camera, we've got our two legs here. And what we're going to do, we're going to fold. So where we've snipped our ends are, we want to meet them together. Now this bit with a smaller dart can be a little bit more fiddly, but it's worth taking your time because this is what's going to be creating your shape, and it's just a really important part. So what I do is we just pin that in like that, just secure it together, and then we find where our point of our dart is. And then we want to secure that in, and it's just going to take a little bit of manoeuvring. On a smaller dart, sometimes you can pin along the fold line, or on the smaller dart, we just want to pin around it. So we're just getting it so it's nice and flat. We're just going to pin around it. Now, when the dart point, you want that right on the edge. You don't want it either one or other side, because that will
so it's worth taking a bit of time.
It really is worth taking a bit of time, especially when it's a small dart like this. So we want to make sure that's right on our very edge. I might just rearrange that. Now, when we come to this bit, it depends how confident you are with sewing. Sometimes, well, beginner, you may use an invisible pen and draw your stitch line, because we're going to be stitching from our notch right to our point here. So if you're not as confident yet, you might be worth drawing a line. Now don't do it in pen because you could ruin your fabric. We're working on our wrong side, so it's a little bit more forgiving, but we still don't want to get into that habit of putting pen on our fabric. So you can draw a line to connect it, and then that is exactly more of a straight line. Or if you're a little bit more confident, just make sure it's all pinned in and sew
And then just
through.
go. But you could like get chalk or something.
Oh yeah, you
draw.
can. Yeah. So I'm just going to draw that in now, just to show you. Oh, my ruler's. I'm doing in pen so I can see, because it's a good fabric to show. With this fabric, it is good because you can see everything you're doing. I'm just going to do a very rough line, a very rough one there. Again, I'm using pen, so don't do that, but you can see that. Again, we can also maybe do a little press just to really secure that into place, depending on how your fabric. But we just know that's going to be.
But by doing the sort of the accurate marking and the pressing and everything, then because this is such a feature, this is a great practice, isn't it?
It is, and this is a bit that you're going to be seeing on your neckline, so it is really worth sometimes taking those little details and just taking that extra little bit of time, because it is the thing that you're going to be seeing. But they're very small, so, and with a pattern fabric, it's not exactly, you can't always see it, but if you're using a plain fabric, it really is worth taking your time. Right, so we're going to start, when we're sewing a dart, we start from our leg and run down to our point. Right. This is a kind of way to help not getting a pointy dart. You know, no one really wants a point at the end. So my technique this is how I personally do it. From the leg, from the dart here, we do our forward and back stitch to lock it in like we normally do, and we stitch down to the point. So when we get to the point, instead of doing our forward and back stitch here, which can create the bulk, the tight bit, which might make a point, I tend to run my stitching off very, very slightly to the end. Then we leave a tail and I tie it, and it kind of eliminates that pointy element. Okay. But I'll show you now. Yeah. I'll show you.
Yeah, no, show us.
So, yeah, we'll start at the leg. Do our forward and back stitch to really lock that in. And this is when we do mark our notches in, we don't want to do a very big stitch because it can sort of, it's where you're going to be sewing. So when if you do tend to, if you use the scissors to snip it in, just do a very small snip.
Okay.
And then we sew down. This is where, if you do draw your line, it's very easy. So these are very small darts. So when we get to the edge, to the end, it's worth really taking our time. And we're just gliding the stitch off the edge. And then we do a few more stitches till we finish like that. We'll bring our needle up. And then we pull some thread off like that. So this is how we are going to be looking. And we'll just take our pins out. So we have our forward and back stitch here, and I'm just going to snip off these threads. Don't need them in the way. And now at this point we can pull off our marking dart. And you can see there it just sort of really runs off. And then with these ends of these tails, we are just going to tie. Oh, this bit is a little bit more fiddly. And we're aiming to get that knot right at the end of the dart to secure in that stitching. This is the way I tend to do all my darts since I was taught it at uni, actually, doing it this way. There we go. So that's how our dart is looking.
Brilliant.
And then we can just snip it off and give it a very gentle press. Now with darts, we don't want to be pressing too much because it can distort the fabric, so just a very gentle way. And within this pattern, it does tell you which way to press your darts.
Oh, okay. So it's important that you do that the right way.
Yes.
So taking the time to do that tying off just gives you a much needed.
I think it does. Yeah, yes, it really doesn't give that pointed effect at the end because we need to secure that thread nicely, but just in a different way than our forward and back stitches. But I'll just give it a little press. I believe it's...
So what did you do at uni then, Holly?
Fashion design.
Fabulous.
Yeah, fashion design.
And that included, I presume, all the sewing as well?
Yeah, it does everything. You do, basically everything to do with illustration, design, pattern cutting, the sewing, the whole process.
The whole thing?
All the research, the
And
inspiration.
what was your favourite part?
Oh, pattern cutting.
Really?
I like the sewing because I sewed as a hobby before, around my last job. And then I thought, oh, I love this so much. I want to go and learn pattern cutting. And you just learn everything. So I thought instead of doing a pattern cutting course, I was going to do a degree.
Right.
And just see how it goes. So I subconsciously kind of targeted the more sewing and pattern cutting area because that's the job that I wanted to go into.
Right.
But and I love the actual physical bit. But you learn everything, down to illustration, to CAD, to pattern, you do everything.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's a lot, but you get a lot of skills, so you can go into do lots of different jobs basically with it. And that's you learn these more. Yeah,
but it's really nice to learn that sort of proper technically.
Yeah, you learn everything when you first start, the first sort of sewing term, you just learn all these different skills to then be able to design and
absolutely. Well, yes, because if you don't know how to sew a dart, then
you can't design, or
then you can't design one. So this is the very basis of it.
Yeah, and that's what I really like.
And I guess also understanding, like you say, you know now why you have a dart.
Yes.
And different sizes of darts.
Yeah, and I think when you understand something, it's not as intimidating because you think, oh, this is what it's for, this is how I'm going to do it. And I always say with sewing, it's just anything, any dress, any blouse, it's just a collection of skills. So once you learn one skill, you think, oh, I can add that. And then it's just like, oh, then I'm going to be gathering. I know how to gather. And then it slowly builds up into different garments. So that's how I...
Well, and also all these techniques are used in all sorts, because people say, oh, I don't do dressmaking, I do bag making. I think, you probably put darts in bags.
Yeah, you probably got your seam, you know how to do a seam, your rights, the wrongs, bagging out, is all those skills, that everything is a collection of skills.
So even if have never done dressmaking, you've used all those skills anyway.
Yeah, exactly, that's what I think,
So
we'll continue.
Yes, continue. So interesting, this one, sometimes you see darts when they're cut into patterns, you have like a big V on the fabric.
What, on the...
Yes.
On here? Yes, some pattern. This one just literally tells you...
Is it because the darts are so little? Because sometimes when you cut it out, there's quite
it could
big
be.
darts.
Yeah, exactly. These are very small. So, it does vary how pattern designers do display the dart. So here we have just where the legs and the point is, and you kind of need to know that's knowledge of it. What would make it easier sometimes if you are unsure before cutting it out... can't get my ruler off. There we go. Like, for example, here, to visualise where your dart is, you could just draw it in, like that on the pattern yourself, and then you have that reminder of where your dart's going to be.
So some patterns are drawn like that, aren't they?
Yeah, some patterns are drawn like that. So that could be a way of helping yourself visualise where your darts are going to be. Again, where one is up here. This one does come from right in the corner, because like you said, some of the bust darts come from under the armpit.
And is that dependent on the garment as to where it comes from?
It can be garment, design, fitting, it's sometimes, or just the choice of who's drafting the pattern.
Okay.
But it can mean a lot of things. But we'll just continue along here. So with the dart that's marked with a pin, it's exactly the same concept. With darts, I always think you've got to fold, and as long as you know where your notches are, it's not as confusing. So we just remember that the two notches go together.
Yeah, I see what you mean. And then you sew from the notches down to the pin.
Notches are the key to sewing, isn't it? Sometimes people, sometimes you can easily miss them off and then think, the pattern mentions a notch, and you're like, oh, where is that? So always go back and just double check that you got all your notches, because they're important. It's like a guide of where everything should go. It's like a roadmap. So I'm just pinning around the fabric to keep it nice and secure, because you don't want to get it all nice and in place, get over to the sewing machine and it's all wobbled around. But when you're using a cotton or woven fabric like this, you do have that grit it kind of stays in place and holds. Sometimes if you're using a viscose or a silk or something that's a little bit more shiny, it doesn't always behave as
Right.
you like it to do. But yeah, which would equally be lovely in this dress. So yeah, so we're just going to sew this dart along. Again, starting from the legs. Oh, why are you beeping at me? Doing our forward and back, and we're just running this down. I think with this dress, this element around the neck does really shape your bust, so it is worth to maybe double check your darts before you start fitting. Right, there we go. I'm going to use really running it off smoothly. Again, if we run off too quickly and have a bit more of a staggered end, that's also when we get a bit of a pointy dart or a bit of a,
and that's what makes your dressmaking look more professional. Is
I think it's all those tiny little things that are really worth spending time or just learning that skill, because they do make such a difference. Yeah, especially when you're using a bit more of a structured fabric, you could easily is that a word? you can see it if it goes a bit bulky.
Okay.
Easier. So again, we just tie that off. Lovely. And we just snip that back. We want to make sure that's tied nicely and then snipped off.
brilliant. I'm just going to run over the patterns before you do the next one, so don't worry, you're not going to miss anything.
Ah, lovely.
So for the dress, now whether you want to make this the sleeved version, or whether you want to make the sleeveless version, and you can have inseam pockets or you can have patch pockets, the small size first. Now, both of those patterns are included in there. They've just put a different picture on the front of them. So whether you want to make the sleeveless more like pinafore dress, or whether you want to make the sleeve dress, this is size 8 to 18, which in reality is a 32 to a 41-inch bust. Just £17.50. Everything you need is in there. It's got all of the pattern pieces. It tells you all the fabric that you're going to need, with all the different skill levels and all the instructions. So £17.50, that's from your 32 to 41-inch bust is in this pattern. Now, if you want a 42 to a 55-inch bust, which they call 18 to 28, but I prefer to give you the bust sizes because it depends how you measure yourself. So if you want the 42.5 to 55-inch bust, you need this pattern, okay? It's the Ellis and Hattie, and it's because you're getting 2 patterns for the price of 1. There we go. Now, something we've also been given today, these new scissors. These are so cool. I'm going to take them out. These are cool. So we've been given these as new today, especially for this dressmaking show. They're so cool. I love these. So you unlock. They're Fiskars, obviously, because they've got Fiskars orange. So you undo the little lock. They are spring-loaded. So they are easy. When you're cutting out fabric, you haven't got to be, for your hands, you're not having to go, it does it for you. All you've got to do is squeeze it to cut, and then they will just open on their own. Have you ever seen spring-loaded
No,
scissors?
I haven't, no.
They're brilliant,
They're
aren't
really good. They look so, yeah, they look
Aren't they
lovely.
cool?
Yeah, really.
So they are your Fiskars standard, obviously, great for, because they lay flat, they're great for cutting out fabric, but because they're spring-loaded, that's a lot easier, a lot less use, and they're also very ergonomic because you've got that nice grip there for your hands. These are fantastic. Brand new today, only £23.99. Aren't they good? Do you want to have a go?
Yeah, let me have a go. As I was thinking, can I have a little?
Yeah, you can have a little go. And then they lock. So if you
Oh,
want to lock
nice.
them-
And you can lock them down. So.
Yeah. So you haven't got
Oh,
they don't stay
oh,
open.
that's it, yeah. Oh, that's nice. I've got scrap fabric here. Let me just give it a little.
Let's have a go.
Let me have a little demo. Oh, yeah, that's really nice.
They're nice and they're really sharp.
Very light as well. Aren't they?
Yeah.
Really light. And then.
I know, I think that's the purpose of them. They've made them easy action and spring assist, and just by making them light than that, they're just so
all
much
those
easier to
ergonomic
use.
features. Really love them.
Nice.
Yeah.
And then they lock away as well, so that they don't stay open, obviously. But when you want to use them,
Yeah, that'd be lovely. Really nice.
we've got another couple of really useful tools. The tabletop seam ripper, we've got some great things today. Again, this is Fiskars as well. Have we got one of these open? Can I open it? Oh, well, I'll just open it then. This is another cool gadget. I'm just going to open it.
You're going in.
Yeah, really, I was really careful, wasn't it? That's fine, we need one. So what this does is it's got a suction cup. So you just push the suction cup down, it stays there, and then it's the same ripper.
Oh, so you can...
Yeah, so when you want to rip it, because you know, like when you normally want to do a seam and you've got to sort of hold it and hold the seam
you have to. You
ripper.
end up just... Yeah, you're moving...
You just put your seam
Oh, so you're moving your fabric
across.
over this.
So there's the seam ripper bit, and then you put your suction cup on, so that stays really solid on your table, and you undo your seam.
Wow, that's a brilliant invention.
I think that's great.
I like that.
'Cause I know when
that's
I'm
so
trying,
good.
you have to sort of open it and hold the seam ripper at the same time.
And then you end up you're holding the fabric the other way round.
£13.99 for that. You could keep that on the table all the time. I think that's brilliant.
Yeah, you wouldn't lose
And then when you want to release it, you just undo that. And then when you want to put it back down again, you just do that. And look at that. That's absolutely solid. In fact, it moves the whole table.
Yeah.
Look, is that solid? The whole
That's not
table
moving.
moves. I'll put it back. One more. Brand new section cup tape measure. This is brand new. I can definitely open this one. So I've never used this before. Or I've never even heard of one either. Let's see. Okay. So how does it work then? Do you just... I guess you just... Oh, yeah. Click, click, turn. I don't know. Well, is that solid? Click, click. Oh, yeah, so it clicks in place. So, okay, right, it's now solid. Look, you see, it moves the whole table. And look, so when you want to measure something and you want the actual tape measure to lay out.
I suppose you could put it on the edge and then, you're measuring how long your fabric is. And,
It's just there.
And you won't lose it.
And you won't lose it either. And then when you want to remove it, it's got a little tab there. You just lift that up, I presume, and it removes. So you just put it on the table, click, click. You could put it on the wall. It does say, I'll tell you what you can use it for. I love these. So it's perfect for all hobbies. It holds securely and flat without touching, one-hand operation. For quilting, keeps two hands free, sits perfectly on all quilting rulers. Yeah, that's true. So you know when you're measuring fabric, that's absolutely solid. Put it on your desk for the office. For sewing, clicks onto the side of sewing machines. So you could keep that on the corner of your sewing machine, and then it's always there.
You just pull it, and then it'll...
Yeah. And then and because it's retractable, genius. Kids' homework tables. Good for measuring children's height. For vertical measure, it's ideal because you're going to touch it. And it says for the kitchen, perfect for fridges and kitchen benches. For all quick household measuring jobs. There we go. That's brilliant. It's only $6.49 as well. I think that's fab. Well, it means you don't lose your tape measure.
We never lose it. I know. I spend half the time trying to find something.
Yes, I have to have many tape measures
because
I regularly lose them.
Yes, I do.
There you go. So you need one of these.
I need one of them. Yeah.
You need one of these.
Attach it.
$6.49.
Have everything lined up on your desk.
Right, let's move back to darts now.
Yes.
Now we've gone through all my fabulous new things.
Let's keep going. So we're going to be doing the bust dart here. Now this comes from the point actually, so it's quite
okay.
Again, it's a very small dart as well. So we're just going to mark it in exactly the same way. I'm going to use the thread way. So once you've kind of mastered the darts obviously are commonly used in busts and around the top to create shape, but you do find them in trousers, anything fitted. Pencil skirts have them, so it's a great skill within dressmaking to learn.
So mark it in the same way with the point.
Yeah, exactly the same way. Snip that away. So we have it there, and this is what we're aiming for. Again, similar to how I drew it on the sewing pattern, you could use chalk and draw it directly on, so you have a nice view of where you're going. And this one, so we fold it. Let me just get under camera. There we go. We fold it. We find our edge. So when we're doing darts, we then always find where our point is and fold it so we know exactly where that is. We may need to manoeuvre it around, but we need that bit to be on the
right, okay, yes, so the point is the key.
Yeah, because we don't want that moving around because, and then this folds in. Still got a sticker on. That's the code of the fabric. There we go. And then this one lines up.
Oh, so that little cutout is the edge
it's
of the
a
dart.
very small little point on this one. Very small little point. And we just pin that into place. Now you can see there's a little bit of bunching here. So this is when we just manoeuvre it around, but make sure this stays.
So what do you do here? Just take the pins out?
Yeah, take the pins out and just make sure it's nice and flat. And you can see it just moves it around. Sometimes the pins can distort the fabric, so we need to make sure that's not the case. So finding that it doesn't distort it, but holds it into place. On these small darts, I pin around the dart. If your dart was really big, because some darts could be up to a couple of centimetres here, sometimes I pin along the fold.
Okay.
Just to keep it secured. Again, if you're using a viscose, something a bit more lightweight, that might be needed.
Right, so just sort of judge it on the fabric then.
But as we're using a cotton base, it's very... So with this one, we run from here. So we then look back here. Another way also, when we're working out our darts, if you're new to darts, you can always fold your pattern. So where we've drawn the line in, we can fold it along there. And again, it will just give you some visualisation of how the pattern's going to look, the dress is going to look. Again, this might be quite nice if you want to test out the fit. Obviously, we need to remember this is paper and it doesn't behave like fabric, but it does give you a bit of an idea of what you're aiming for or what it's going to be looking like at the end. So you can always do that.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, then it does give you a view of how it's going to look if you've never made it before.
And maybe before you cut into your fabric, just have a bit of an idea. And it's just a good way of just visualising before you get to cutting out your expensive bit or sewing your expensive bit. And it's just a nice idea. Again, you can do it with all darts, and that's what you tend to do sometimes when you're pattern cutting, to have a look at making sure your darts all fitted. Right, we'll go back to, actually now I'm going to draw in so I can show you how to draw. Now, so you can see on this sewing pattern, we've got very small notches. It's just on the corner there, and it folds downwards. So we're just going to mark that in. Lovely. As you can see on here, this might be easy to see. That's how it folds down. Sew that in. Keep pressing the wrong button because my other button on my machine's the other way around. Then when we come to that, make sure we pull it out so we've got a decent amount of thread to tie. You don't want to get to the end and realise you use the thread cutter or something in it. And we'll take that out. We tie it up, and then we've got our darts coming together. So you can really see the darts if you use a plain fabric like the dark fabrics you've got there would really show your darts nicely as the design detail.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, that the plain ones, you'd think with other things the plains don't show up, but with darts they are more visible, aren't they?
So just going to give that a little
And then give it a little press.
Yeah. I think it'd be really lovely in the...
So if you're making the sleeveless version, you have to have lining, and I guess, is that because you need... you haven't got anything to finish
Yes, you haven't got anything to finish it off, no. So it just gives that nice element of aligned detail, because you need to finish your armhole.
So for the lining, you will need, the most you will need, depends on the size, is 1.3 metres.
Yeah, because it's just the bodice that is lined, so the skirt wouldn't be.
Oh, it depends on the width. What is the, do you know what the width of this lining is? Does it say, Ben? Well, I'll measure it with my tape measure, because I have a new tape measure now. So I'll just let you know. I've got a new tape measure.
Easily measure.
So this is 150. So you will need 1.1 metres is the most you'll need for the largest size. So, which is quite good, isn't it? So for the largest size, the most you will need is 1.1 metres. You can probably get away with a metre, I should think. Right, so if you want to line yours, we have it in half metres here. It's only 149 for half a metre. So just put as many units as you want, whether you want half, 1.5. If you want 1.1 metres, go up to, you'll need 3 units. So we have got cream. This is a proper dress lining fabric, especially for dress lining, because dress lining fabric is much lighter weight. That's the point. And slippy.
Yes, very slippy. Need to be pinning.
So you can get it on.
Yeah, true.
Slippy. Maybe you want nude or what is it called? Tan? Camel. There's the camel. Only got a metre of that one, though, so be quick. Then we have pale grey. There we go. Silver, otherwise known as silver. Good price for this, because this is your proper dress lining fabric, which is really important, because there are different linings you can get. Sometimes people just get, you know, thin polyester, but this is proper dress lining, because it's made to the right weight and so that it slips over. And very inexpensive as well. Then we have chocolate brown, otherwise known as brown. But it's kind of milk chocolate, if you want to know the exact shade of it. Only $1.49 if you need some lining fabric. And then finally we have a dark red. What's that one called? Wine. It is, yeah, dark red, see? There we go. So if you want the lining, because you're going to make the sleeveless version, you will need maximum 1.1 metres. Brilliant.
Lovely.
So you're going to, that's now the bust dart that comes from the waist.
Yep.
On the other side.
Yep, and I'm just going to finish the neck so we can see the neck.
So I presume the darts are only in the front of the dress?
Yes, they are in this one. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because it's all...
Well, that's quite good, because you can take your time on the front and get that all perfectly sculpted.
Yeah.
Done, and then you can just move on with the rest of it.
Yeah, the back, yeah, just is, yeah, it hasn't got any fittings or darts. It just is the facing and the bottom bit, so yeah. So it's real worth taking your time over this bit, because the rest of the dress does come together quite quickly, because we got the gathering and the sleeves are pretty simple as well. So this is your main focus.
Right, okay.
So yeah, it's worth learning it, and it's a great way to learn, because we've got quite a few darts as well. So you can master
well,
them.
once you've learnt all of those, you'll be fine, won't you?
Exactly. So yeah, we've got, there's our side dart. I'm just finishing off the neck darts.
I really like them, and I've not seen a dress before like that.
No,
with the neck
I hadn't
darts.
either. No, I hadn't either. So
I like the Merchant and Mills patterns, because they always have something like that. I mean, there's always a feature in them that's a little bit different. That uses dressmaking techniques, but as features as well.
Yeah.
And whenever we do one of their patterns, it's always the same.
Oh, really?
They always have really interesting features, and also I think the way that the patterns are created and cut are, you know, with the sewer in mind, not just about the design, but about, does this make it easy to sew? Or
yeah,
make it work
definitely.
better?
Yeah, no, it's a really interesting feature. Yeah, I haven't seen many dresses like that at all. Normally you just get like a plain neck, and then you'd get some darts.
Yeah.
But again, you can play around with the feature though, can't you? You can make it, if you want to make it a feature, or
well,
pattern,
also
you don't
it's a
see
nice
it.
thing if you need to adjust, because if you want this to be more sculpted, you could then go, oh, I'll just add a little bit more to that.
Exactly, you
dart.
can make your dart smaller or bigger. And then, you know, sometimes you may want it more fitted around this top area, and then a flowy skirt.
Okay. So I hope that's really helped. The complete darts masterclass that was.
Hopefully.
It's really interesting about how you know, different ways of marking them.
Yeah, it's just finding the way that you enjoy
Yeah, and also,
work.
like you say, though, it does depend on the fabric as well.
It does, yeah. And if you're going to be sewing all in one go, or you're marking, cutting, and then you're going to come back, you know, all those different things.
Yeah, I think I definitely draw the line on. I think that's a really good idea.
Yeah, just kind of. I think it helps to visualise where you're going. Trust
Just
the process.
not just guessing.
Yeah,
I
not
like
just guessing.
I like the thread for the point, and I like the
Yeah,
definitely I draw the
that all
line.
comes with experience, doesn't it? The more you do,
Yes,
the more you.
yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, but you never know. It all depends. Depends on a lot of things. There we go. And there we have all our neck darts.
We have one beautifully darted. It looks really professional, doesn't it, though?
Yeah.
It looks like a proper tailored garment.
It does.
With
it
those
does.
darts in. And like now you've demystified it. It doesn't look difficult, but that looks like a proper tailored
because
garment.
it's only one skill, but it's created
Yeah,
quite a
I think it's
impact,
lovely.
isn't it? You know, not too many different skills. It's just the one thing. But yeah, made a lovely impact.
Gorgeous.
And a
I think
lovely
that's
fit
lovely.
as well.
Right, so if you want the pattern, the one that we've got on screen at the moment is the larger size range. Size is 18 to 28, which is a 42.5-inch bust up to a 55-inch bust. And everything that you need is in there. So when they say Ellis and Hattie, that means that you actually get both patterns in the pack. Clothes, not fashion. I love that.
That's true. That's nice. That is nice. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the point, isn't it? So it all comes in, I love the way it all comes in an envelope, and then it comes in a smaller envelope as well. So if you do trace your patterns, you see, you can keep them in there. You've got loads of pattern pieces in there, loads of instructions, all the lining, all the pockets, how to do the hems. Yeah, like you say, it's very comprehensive, isn't it?
Yeah, it gives you a lot of information.
There's
yeah.
a lot of information in here.
I really like how you can mix and match this dress. So if you like pockets on the outside, you can add it in. If you want it inside, yeah.
But you think you're getting all of these pieces in here. You've got all of that information. So whether you know, you might decide that you want to make the sleeve version, but you want to put the patch pockets on, which I guess you could.
Exactly, yeah.
Or you want to do the pinafore version, but you want to put the inseam pockets in.
Or you could always shorten the sleeve if you're a bit more advanced and want like a shorter
Oh,
sleeve.
yeah, that's true.
It's a very
could
simple
shorten.
adjustment to do. So you got.
So for
a lot there.
$17.50, this is fantastic value for money. Brilliant. Right, well, thank you so much, Holly. That's been fab.
thank you.
I know, but it's really nice because obviously we don't have time in our sort of hour to do a whole dress.
No, that's what I was thinking.
So focusing in on one skill like that is so useful.
Hopefully it
It's
helps
brilliant.
someone.
Well, we will see you back here in an hour.
Yes, you
where
will
you're going to
do.
show us how to make the fab maison fauve blouse.
Yes, beautiful blouse.
Which is gorgeous.
Yeah,
Well,
beautiful. I don't know where it's gone.
I don't know where that's gone. It was around a minute. Anyway,
It's
we'll
here.
where is it going? Can you
Okay,
show
can you
us
get
the...
it? Yeah. I just spied it out there. There we go.
Oh, yes,
Oh, they've got a picture.
Oh, there's
They've got
a
a picture of it. but
Yeah. It's gorgeous, beautiful fabric. And we've got that fabric as well, that beautiful peacock fabric.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Beautiful. Again, so you're going to be focusing on tucks.
Yes, we're going to be doing, again, the front detail. We're going to be doing a masterclass on how to create these tucks and how to do it successfully, basically, and make it look beautiful and give a nice little element to look at when you look at it.
Oh, it's a really lovely blouse.
Yeah.
So I will see you back here in a few minutes' time where we are, and we're going to be talking about fabric, got loads of fabric included. I'm going to be starting off with the amazing polyester waterproof William Morris. Very useful for all your garden makes. And things like that, I'm thinking, because, you know, at some point we are going to go out in the garden, but things like picnic blankets and all sorts. Anyway, lots of others as well, particularly the sanders and fabrics. I will see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Understitching is a term that I get asked about a lot. You understitch a facing or a pocket edge to help it lie really crisply when you turn it to the wrong side. I've stitched my pocket piece onto the garment. To understitch it, I'm going to open my pocket piece away from the garment with the seam towards the pocket piece. To understitch, I'm going to stitch down very close to the edge of the pocket piece, catching the seam in with my stitching. So now you need to sew it. So make sure you find a spot on your sewing machine foot so that you can line it up close to the edge of the seam. You'll see that the seam has been caught out of the way, and when folded to the wrong side, your pocket edge is going to lie really nice and flat.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw round your motif with your pen, then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back. A lot of people get terrified when they see a commercial pattern and they see all the lines, all the dots, all the triangles, have no idea what it means. Well, watch now and I'll show you. So the first thing you're going to do is decide what size you're going to cut out. And then it's really important that you follow that line on every single pattern piece that you cut. As you can see here, they're marked up by a different pattern and also the number. When you first open the pattern, you must choose the size that you're making. And whatever you do, you stick to that size. So all the different sizes have a different marking, either a long dot, a small dot, a dash, a dot and a dash, or something like that. Always stick to the same size on all the pattern pieces. And the notches all of the notches are there for a reason. All the little triangles and all the circles are there to be copied, and they must be transferred onto your main bit of fabric. Whenever you see this symbol here, I know it's written down here, but sometimes it's not written. Those two arrows on a square, they are always cut on the fold. And what you do is you fold your fabric in half, you lay this line along the fold mark, and you're cutting the whole piece out in one. And then what's very important, if you want to lengthen or shorten a pattern, don't just add it to the bottom. What you do is you take this line here, and to make it longer, you cut the pattern through there. You open it up by how much you want to extend it by, put a piece of pattern paper behind it, and then redraw this line in here so that it's an even line. Because as you see, the bottom of the pattern isn't a straight line. And if you were just to add to that, it would throw the waist seam. What you need to do is extend it or shorten it from that line, then you keep the waistline. Obviously, I've just shown you the blouse, but the same principles apply for the sleeve. Remember, the back of the sleeve always has 2 notches, the front always has 1 notch, and also the skirt, because the notches will match up to the seams that are in the bodice. So make sure you always follow all the lines on the pattern.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Now, I did promise you amazing fabric this hour. I've just found some flannel. I'm very excited about that. But before we talk about flannel, this is brilliant. This is William Morris, and this is waterproof. I have never seen this before. Well, it's only ever been on once, and it's sold out. So, A, it's William Morris. B, it's polyester and waterproof. And C, look at the price. £5.99. Actually, oh, where's that clever tape measure gone? Oh, I'll just get Levi to throw it at me. Oh, no, he's been a gentleman and passing it. Right, it's wide as well. Let me just look at this, and then we'll talk about what we're going to do with it. Actually, I should have stuck it to the side. It's over 150 centimetres wide, so it's over 60 inches wide. So it's super wide. You can see it's quite thick. So I'm thinking, say you were making a picnic quilt and you wanted this for the bottom of it. Maybe you just want a nice waterproof sheet to put in the boot of your car. Placemats, outdoor tablecloth, things like cushions for your garden bench or your outdoor seating. You could even do complete new covers for your chairs, couldn't you? Placemats indoors. Lovely. So although it's, you know, because you look now, you can see how stiff it is. Be nice for an apron, wouldn't it? Maybe you make like lots of aprons for a group or a craft group, or you make to sell. So much of this in baskets. Now, it's 60 inches, a little bit more than that, 150 centimetres wide, and it's only £5.99 for half a metre. It's also a multi-buy thing. So those of you who are regulars to Sewing Street will know how this works. If you want more than a half a metre, you put that number of units in your basket. So, for example, if you want 1.5 metres, put 3 units in your basket. When your order goes through to our warehouse, the bolt is taken off the shelf, it is cut personally for you, and you will have it as a complete piece. So don't worry when it says half a metre that you'll get 3 half metres, you won't. But I've got it in lots of different prints. This is the first one. So this is Strawberry Thief in navy. I mean, can you imagine? Maybe you've got a load of outdoor furniture and it's, because after a while, even if you remember to bring it in when it rains, it does go a bit tired, doesn't it? Right, 48 of you have got it in baskets. We only have 62. Now, let me show you how amazing this is. Ben showed me this earlier. Hang on, I'm going to fold it up a bit so I can pour it off again. To show you how waterproof this is, if I pour a drop of water, and I'm going to hold it, or it's going to run off of the table. Look, see? Can you see? I can move it round. You know, like you do that thing, like with corn flour, and it stays like liquid and solid all at the same time. And the fabric doesn't even feel wet. Now, if I can do this really carefully, you can then pour it. I'm going to pour it. Look at this. Ready? Pour it back in. And it doesn't even feel wet. It's that waterproof. That's amazing. Right, this one is about to sell out. Right, so needle you would use on it. I would use, you want a really nice, it's quite a thick one. I would use either a jeans needle or a Microtex needle. You want something nice and sharp. See, you could use a universal needle, that will be fine, but I would suggest you use a jeans or a universal just because it's like a canvas, so it's a bit thicker, so you do need a really sharp needle. Right, there's number one. Now, do you know what? If you wanted to patchwork this, you could. I'm thinking if I was going to cover something or make placemats or even cover furniture, I would do like one bit in one colour and one in the other. That one's about to sell out. Right, I'm going to do willow bough next because look at this one. Yes, look at that one. That's lovely, isn't it? I will keep them all and I'll put them next to each other at the end. Yeah, well, this is the time of year. I was listening to Gardener's Question Time on Radio 4 the other day, and they said, you know, like, this is the time of the year where you want to start getting ready for the spring. So you need to start... There were certain bushes and trees you had to start chopping back. Don't ask me what they were. But I'm thinking for us sowers, this is the time of year when you're inside, you can start doing things like making... new covers or new tablecloths or recovering your furniture. It doesn't have to be outdoor, obviously. It's a lovely waterproof fabric. Thank you for the needle info. I've got 4 units to make a lining for my car boot. Now, that's a really good idea because you know what it's like in your boot? You take stuff down the tip and it all gets messy. If you had a piece of this that fitted your boot exactly, because actually, I mean, what I would say if you want to finish it off, it doesn't need hemming because it doesn't fray, but obviously it doesn't look as neat. I don't think I'd hem it because it depends on what you're doing, but if you want it to be nice and neat, it's a bit bulky. I'd get a cotton fabric and bind the edge. It would look really nice. You would have the poshest boot cover. So cut it so it fits perfectly and then just bind the edge. But if you want to hem it, you can, but obviously because it's thicker, you're going to have it a little bit more bulky. So for a nice, if you're making a tablecloth with it, then I would cut us, even if you're doing straight corners, cut a little curve, then you can bind the edge. But boot cover, because then if you line your boot, you can then use that if you go out for a picnic and you need to sit somewhere. But this is the time of year where you could be making boot lining covers. That is nice, isn't it? Can you imagine 48 of that in baskets? You imagine how much a boot liner cover in William Morris would cost. Next one is, I'm trying to do them in the order that I like them. It's difficult to choose. Look at that. Oh, do you want the code? Again, yes. Now this one has got birds on. Birds, and what are those? Are they pomegranates? Oh yeah, that's so funny. I've just looked at the screen and it says pomegranate kingfisher and I'm going, birds. $5.99. That is lovely. The first Strawberry Thief one has sold out. And the Willow Bough is, I'm just going to put them aside. I really like this because I love the shades of teal in it. Just, you know, I tell you what, if you got a metre would be enough for an apron. I mean, more than one apron, but you'd need that for the length of it. Hey, what if you needed, like, waterproof trousers because you cycle to work? Can you imagine? Whole outfit, cagoule, trousers and everything. It'd be brilliant, wouldn't it? If you're doing a picnic quilt, what I would do with it, because I've done a picnic quilt with waterproof lining, is make your normal quilt and quilt it as you would normally with the backing fabric. Nothing that's going to show up, because you don't want to be quilting through here. So make a normal quilt and then put this on the back of it and then bind them around the edge to hold them, because you don't want to sew into this, because obviously you'll then make little holes. So make a normal quilt, but then bind it to this backing fabric. Right, I'll put this one away because we've got lots of that one. Now this, right, the Willow Bough is just sold out. This, there is a theme. Oh, that's lovely. Now, yeah, no, RXC 403. Oh, hang on, I can get 461. Right. It's very similar. So this is Is this the honeysuckles? Golden lilies. Right, from now on I will be reading the descriptions. That's lovely, isn't it? I mean, these are all the iconic William Morris designs, aren't they? Beautiful. I bet you're struggling now. I'm thinking with my cast, and I've got a red car, what colour boot lining should I have? Would look cool though, wouldn't it? Actually, I'll tell you what would be nice is shopping bags for the supermarket, because I've got loads of, I have them all in my boot. I've got a lot I've made myself, but if you make your own forever bags for the supermarket, how posh would you look like? And these would cost a fortune in that National Trust shop, wouldn't they? If you bought like a really big holdall, maybe for the beach or for picnics, it'd be about 40, 50 quid, wouldn't it? And what you could do then is you could line it in a nice, just a plain cotton fabric, something with a little print would look lovely, wouldn't it? $5.99. Do you know it's worth getting half a metre of all of them? Right, so I'm going to go back to the one I wanted to do. Yes. I love that. So this is the same fabric. It's the Golden Lily, but in cornflower this time. Now, I don't know whether we've got any of that left, but doesn't it look nice with the kingfisher and pomegranate? That's beautiful. Oh, I think I found the one for my car. We'll do that next. Well, if you're going to make a boot liner. Right, next one, XUC476. Look at that. See, I think, unless you've got, I think if you get a metre for a boot liner, because it's so wide, it's 150 centimetres, 60 inches wide. If you got a metre, that would be enough for a boot lining, wouldn't it? If you're making like a picnic quilt, get a couple of metres, then you can make a really big one. Also, if you think, because this is 150 centimetres wide, if you get a metre and a half, it's square, isn't it? But I'm thinking outdoor tablecloth, when you've got your picnics coming up, how, you know, when you've got your outdoor table, how posh will that look? And, you know, easy, just wipe it clean. In fact, it'd be good for Christmas dinner, wouldn't it? And drops all the gravy and the wine. It doesn't have to be outdoors. I have a wipe clean tablecloth all year round. That's lovely, isn't it? Right, that's the next one. So many of you got these in baskets. So if you want them, don't leave it in your basket. There's so many things, so many of you got them in baskets. Let's go for this one. So don't leave them in there. You need to check out. Yeah. Now, I've got this in another colourway, which I will show you next. This is Orchid in denim. It does have a way up. I like these. These look like they should have little faces on, like they're oranges. They're like orange trees, aren't they? Aren't they cute? And I love the way you've got the acanthus leaves, tendrils wrapping around them. That is a nice one. Oh, it's really hard to decide, isn't it? If you want to see which ones we've got left and you want to see little pictures, go onto sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live. If you then scroll down from there, you can see the pictures of all, and also it'll say which ones we've got. If we haven't got any left, it'll just say sold out. It's quite a good way, especially when I've bombarded you with all these different patterns, of you seeing what all the patterns look like next to each other. But they are all close to selling out. Now, if you love that pattern, I have it in another colourway, which I think would also look nice on my car. That's lovely, isn't it? So it's the same print. Well, honestly, it's called Orchid, but I think it looks like orange trees. It's so cute, isn't it? Only $5.99. So that's Orchid in slate, so it just means the background is slate. But actually, you've got a great detail in here. You know, you've got all the little cornflowers in the background, all the tiny details. I love the way the acanthus leaves. It's like Jack in the Beanstalk is holding on to it as it's growing up. Right. Let me show you how big it looks like when I actually hold it up. Look, see? That is wide fabric, isn't it? water. I think it's a bit more than water resistant. I think it's almost waterproof, isn't it? I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? Look, I feel like I want to do this. I mean, that's not even, can you see? Can you see? It's not even soaking in. And actually, when you feel the fabric underneath, it's not even wet. I don't know how it does that, actually. Clever, isn't it? I love the way you can just pour it back in the glass, unless you miss like I did. That's genius, isn't it? Yeah, now I've got a wet desk, and I can't even mop it up with this fabric because it's water resistant. Right, that's that one. Completely different colour now. We haven't had this colour before. This is very spring green, isn't it? Loving this one. NTC432. How pretty is that? Like that one. Golden Lily in Willow. So it's a real sort of apple green, citrine, a bit of ochre in there as well. Really, really pretty. Be nice if you made like welly boot holders or a special bag just for your wellies. Because you know when you go for a walk and you put your wellies in the car and they're always filthy, aren't they? You can get special welly boot bags. Wouldn't that be nice? And because it's waterproof as well, I'm thinking a whole waterproof jacket. We've done quite a few patterns for jackets, but that would look really smart, wouldn't it? And then you just need the plain cotton lining. I mean, it's not like, look, I'll scrunch it up. It's not like super thick. You could easily make a raincoat out of that. And at £5.99 for half a metre, what a lovely raincoat. Really, really expensive. It's just beautiful, isn't it? Right, that's that one. Only 7 metres left of that one. And the last one, nice bright colours on this one. You've got like a royal blue background. And then you've got really nice lime green acanthus leaves. So this is your Golden Lily in French blue. In French blue. No, I needed some cloth. Like that one. It's amazing. When I look, we're starting off, we've got about 40 metres of each of these. And then I just look at the screen and go, oh no, we haven't any more. They just go down. They're really lovely. Let me hold this one up so you can have a proper look at the last one. Anyway, have a look on the website and you can see which ones we've got left. So if you really want one, then you can see how you compare. We sold out completely the last time we had them, and then it's taken a while to get them back in. So if you want one of these or some, remember if you want more than a half a metre, put the number of units in half metre increments in your basket. It will be sent as a whole cut piece. So when you make your full raincoat and matching trousers, it will all match. Can you imagine? It'd be like a vision. Hello, Rebecca. I'm going to make my dog a posh waterproof coat from the Golden Lily cornflower one. Oh, that's such a good idea. Did I not think of that? What a brilliant idea. My dog's got a very nice barber. But I think, which she's very proud of, but everyone else laughs at, I'm thinking I might make her a coat. That's a really good idea. What a good idea. What pattern are you using, or are you just cutting around one you've already got? Yes, we'll do flannel next. I'm just thinking, I wonder what colour. I guess you just get a coat that looks nice on your dog. I think that would have looked nice on my Luna. That would suit her. That is such a good idea. Please do send me in your ideas, because I love to hear what you make. Well, so does everyone else, because just like me, you don't want to know you're going to make a dog coat. Now, I love this because I love flannel, and because I was thinking about picnic quilts and things. So I would make a picnic quilt, because this is easy peasy, isn't it? Or any quilt, because it is a 10-inch charm pack. Now Levi has very kindly said I can take them out as long as I keep them in order. I'm going to sneeze. Sorry. Where did that come from? There must have been dust in that packet. Okay. This is beautiful. It's Riley Blake. They are 10-inch squares, and you get 42 of them. There's a picture of all of them. So look how lovely they are. It's all 100% cotton flannel. But isn't that lovely? So you've got like a plain red. Oh, thank you, Ben. Ben's come to mop up the mess I've made. You've got like a check, a gingham. So those are all the reds. So can you imagine laying all of these out? You could make a whole quilt, or I'm thinking if you've got that William Morris, make this as your picnic quilt because it's flannel, be really cosy. Or what a lovely quilt for a child's or a teenager's bed or for your spare room, and nothing complicated either. So all you have to do, you could, and what you could do is you could do like all the reds on the top row, like this. I mean, you could obviously go fancy with it. You could sew them together to make 4 half-square triangles, and then you could turn it into a pinwheel. But for a really quick and easy quilt, this is great. So you've got all the reds, then you've got the yellows, then you've got the greens. So it's like a flannel rainbow, but not like super primary bright, really nice, gentle colours. There's all the greens. Here's the blues. And actually, if you wanted it to go further, if you bought yourself some a plain flannel, like a cream or a white, and then if you did turn them into half-square triangles and made it into pinwheels, it would then go twice as far. And then you've got all of the beiges, browns, and charcoals. I think £54.99 is a great price because that is 42 pieces, 10-inch squares. So what have they got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that would be 80 by 1, 2, 3, 4. 80 by 50. That's big, 80 by 50 inches. Obviously, you'll lose a little bit in your seam allowances. But that's just one pack. So if you wanted to make a really big quilt, buy yourself 2 of these. And so if you could make a flannel, so that would be 80 by 50. So if you wanted to make it 80 by 100, you'll lose some seam allowance in there. So let's go like 75 by something. If you bought 2 of these, you could have an 80 by 100 inch quilt. That's massive. You wouldn't need it that big. For £110. Out of flannel, absolutely gorgeous. And then you can go as fancy as you want, but if you just sew the squares together, if I show you the picture so you can then see them all together, imagine putting them all, you could choose how the order went. It would be absolutely stunning and cuddly and lovely. And because they're all there, and also the way that the colours have been put together, they all blend really nicely as well. So they're all the same tonal range. And you've also got the same prints, but in every colour. So where you've got the spotty red, you've then got the spotty blue and the spotty green. I think that's a lovely pack. I would really like that. Is it what? Sorry? It's a brushed cotton, yes. It's just a brushed cotton. Yeah, so we call it brushed cotton mainly in the UK. And in America, mainly they call it flannel. But it is. It's 100%. It is just 100% quilting weight cotton, but brushed. That's the only difference. It's not thicker than it feels thicker because it's been brushed, but it is a normal 100% quilting weight cotton that you can wash and you can quilt and you can do everything with. Treat it like a normal quilting weight cotton. The only difference is the surface has been brushed so it's nice and smooth. And it's fabulous. I love that. Yeah, get yourself 2, big quilt. Or, if you want to make a single bed or you want to make, you're thinking like, your picnic quilt, only because I'm thinking about those William Morris, you'll only need the 1 pack. But for scrappy projects as well, you don't have to make a quilt, just keep them, pencil cases, little makeup bags, 2 of them. Purses, 2 for makeup bags. Or, maybe there's a new baby or child in the family. What a lovely, snuggly little lap quilt to have. There we are. Now, if you're in the mood for William Morris, we've got a brand new mega bundle. It's called what? Emery Walker's House. And this isn't the price. I'm sure, isn't Emery Walker his business partner? I think so, because I'm reading William Morris's book at the moment, which is very good, I have to say, because I never knew that William Morris wrote a book until somebody messaged on Sewing Street and told me. And so I bought the book. It's very good. I'm sure it was his business partner. Anyway, this is the mega bundle, 7.5 metres, but you're getting half a metre for free, so you're saving £7.99. So this is from his I know, I remember now. So this was his business partner, Emery Walker, and William Morris designed a lot of the fabrics that went into the upholsteries in his house. And I'm pretty sure his house has been kept as a museum. Oh, yes, I'm getting it now. His house has been kept as a museum, and all of these fabrics are in the furnishings, the wallpapers and everything that William Morris designed and is in his house. I've remembered it now. So there we go. So these are all the fabrics. So you are getting 15 half meters. And this is beautiful. So this is, because this all comes from one house, you know, you can imagine this all going together, can't you? Obviously, you can use them all individually. You can just add them to your William Morris stash. But how beautiful to create a whole quilt design from this. Now, you know, you see lots of different quilt designs around. Some, you'll see them in all different fabrics. And when you change the fabric, it's a completely different quilt. But I think there's such, the colours and shades. I mean, look at the deep green in the Strawberry Thief. That's... Oh, so you can do a visual tour of Emery Walker's house. How cool is that? Oh, wow. Oh, look, there's the wallpaper. So we can now spot, look, that's that, this fabric here is that wallpaper. Isn't it? Or I don't know, or maybe it's this one. Oh, I don't need to bother visiting it now. Just have a look round. That's amazing. No, look, I found that fabric now. Oh, this is genius, isn't it? Let's go in the next room. What's he got in the kitchen? Yeah, we've got all of these. Can you imagine if people could do this in your own house? You'd be like, no, sorry, you haven't tidied up. Oh, that's gorgeous. Look at this one. Is that fabric in the kitchen? Look at that. The Beauty of Life. Oh, that's gorgeous. I've never seen, that must be a fabric that features in his house. Is that on the wallpaper on the stairs? No, that's Willow Bough. Because this is like a blue and white Strawberry Thief, this one, with the Beauty of Life printed on it. Yeah, well, could you find this fabric in the house? This is great. So you could do a virtual tour of the house and match it to your fabric bundle. That's my favourite one. I feel like I'd want to use this to cover something, or I'd cut that out the middle and use that in the centre of my quilt. What room are we in now? They're lovely, aren't they? But fabulous. So you are getting all of these for £111.86. You're 15 half metres. You're getting half a metre free, so you're saying £7.99. This is Free Spirit fabric as well, by the way, so it's beautiful quality. There's such beautiful colours and the heritage in that. I think that is an absolutely gorgeous, iconic fabric bundle. We're in the one room, this is the room at the top of the stairs. Maybe this is his bedroom. Beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Oh, I need to go there. Imagine that's the servants' room if it's in the top of the house, don't you? Ben's having hours of fun with this. Look, he's even got a cross-stitch sampler up in there. Look at that. Jane Green has probably got her eye on that one. Right, anyway, this fabric, how gorgeous is that? So save £7.99. Now, we can do this on two-way split pay as well. So if you want to spread the cost without costing you any extra, we don't charge you for split pay, not an admin fee or any interest or anything. You two equal payments of £55.93, we can send it straight to you. So these fabrics all go together in terms of tone and colour and print. So you can combine the whole lot together into one quilt, or just keep them as they are and use them for individual things, because they are absolutely beautiful. I love that one, The Beauty of Life. I love that green strawberry thief. I think that's stunning. And even like this one, look at the colour in this willow bough. That's beautiful. That is the hallway and the stairs. So just for, you know, if for smaller makes, it's ideal. If you're a bag maker, everybody would love one of these, wouldn't they? You know, and the great thing about this fabric is so gorgeous that the fabric speaks for itself. You can do something really simple in terms of design, whether it's just a tote bag or whether you're just doing squares or half square triangles for quilt. It doesn't have to be anything fancy, does it? I love that. This is the first time I've ever seen it. This is the second time we've ever had this on air. I'm amazed that we've actually got any left of it, because we did sell it individually, didn't we, by the ½ metre, and then we had this one mega bundle. If you've never bought William Morris fabric before, I think this is the one, because this is absolute vintage, iconic William Morris. But if you have, this is a great one to add for your stash, because obviously he has certain colourways. Gorgeous. I will leave that one with you. Right, I'm going to choose one. Yeah, let's do some under £10 bundles, shall we? Right, how about this one? Poppies. Are they poppies? Yeah. So, this one is Riley Blake, Wanderlust, ½ metre, and then with it, ½ metre of plain back. There we go, £9.99. We're dropping it down to, this is, add it to your order, add it to your stash. Rose and Hubble quilting weight fabric in the black, and then Riley Blake for the poppy. There we go. That's that bundle. This is pretty, isn't it? I love this one. This is another Riley Blake. I like this one because it's got really fat birds on it. And they're really cute. Look at them. Aren't they really cute? They're like, are they like little sparrows? And with it, you get ½ metre of paprika, I think. Oh, look at that. I should read the description, shouldn't I? Because I'm just guessing. That's a lovely combination, isn't it? Only £9.99. Nice little bundle to have in your stash as well, isn't it? Even if you just think, right, well, I just want to make a new makeup bag. That's nice. Lining, outer, isn't it? That's ready. Go on your holiday, I'm going to make myself a makeup bag and a wash bag. There we go. £9.99. Or you want to do it for someone's present. Right, next one I've got, in fact, this is Riley Blake again, but in a paler tone. There we go. There we go, and that one comes with ½ metre of salmon. That's lovely, isn't it? I like those two together. Isn't that lovely? There we go. This is a lovely one because this is like a cheating one because it's got patchwork printed on it already. Look. So you've got ½ metre of the patchwork Riley Blake with ½ metre of yellow, like a lemon. Let's go lemon. Okay? And then the final under £10 bundle. Oh, this is a nice one because it's like, again, it's a cheating one. There we go. It is Look. I think that's really clever because you've got like a single iris chain running through the patchwork block. So if you just quilt it, so if you wanted to just cut out that square, you could just quilt it. It'll look like you've done it yourself. And once you've quilted it and gone round the lines, it will look like you've sewn it. And it's quite small as well, so a bit clever. That comes with 1/2 metre of white. Nice combination, only £9.99, so we've just taken a couple of pound off that. But the two obviously go together really well. Then across your 1/2 metre, you've got this repeated, but it's really pretty, isn't it? Nice for little designs where it actually looks like you've patchworked it yourself. Well, we are limited. We're limited on all of those, but we just thought you'd like them. Right, I've got some charm squares here. I just go and I'm back. They were just on the edge of the desk. 4 different sorts of charm squares. Let's go Ruby Star Society, called First Light. If you want a nice, affordable charm pack, these are all 5-inch charm squares, and there are 42. Look, can we have a little deal? So let me just show you. Let me show you the colours. We've got blacks, greys, greens. £14.99. Ooh, look, this has got metallic on it as well. Look, a bit of copper metallic. This is actually quite posh, this, isn't it? Oh, look at that one. It's got clothes on. That's really cute. Little blouses. Oh, what a lovely little charm pack. These are the designs on, there's more of them. The designs are really sort of miniature, but really unusual. Rather than spots, it's got little, like, mosaic prints. That's a lovely charm pack. I love the one with blouses on. They've got that in the dark one. And that one's got copper metallic on it as well. Anyway, £14.99, save £4. Yeah, because we need to clear these. We need to get more stuff in the warehouse. Let's take £4 off. Right, that's the Ruby Star Society one. Right, then we've got Warp and Weft. This is nice. So this is Warp and Weft, because this is Ruby Star Society. So the print is woven into this rather than printed. So it has a much softer, gentler feel. How much is this one? £14.99. Can you see? You know when you have like fabrics where the stripe is woven in like this? It has a much softer feel to it, and they're all like this. But some of them are plain, well, shot plain, because what they've done is the Warp and Weft is 2 slightly different colours like this one. So you get that really shot silk look to them. But the softness of these is gorgeous. Again, this is the sort of thing that I would want to make a little lap quilt from, because it's really soft, or a little curtain for my kitchen. But buy a few of them, you get 42, but it's ever so soft. In fact, if you made a patchwork dress, oh, I love a patchwork dress in that, be really, really soft because it's all of a woven fabric. And look, you're saving £4 for each one. Work out how many you need. That's really nice, isn't it? Okay. Then I've got, Kimberly Hind. This is Debbie Shaw's daughter. Oh, I remember, we launched this on Sewing Street. This is so nice because it's £14.98. It's called Cinnamon Spice, but it's got all those lovely colours and prints. You've got the oranges, you've got the cinnamons. See this one, you've got like the little cinnamon sticks and the teapots and the little tea bags. I love this one. This is all your kilner jars that you keep all the preserves in. And then you've got this dark chocolate brown with the sunflowers on, and then this is the one that looks like, you know, like the little sort of tea colours. So I remember when she launched it with her, the fabric by the half metre just sold out, so we're lucky we've got any of these charm packs left. It is really gorgeous, but the quality of the individual illustration and the prints is beautiful. £14.98 for that. Right, we only have 9 of that one left. And we've got 12 in basket. So if you want this one, then that's about to sell it. You need to be very... If it's in your basket, basically, you just need to check it out. And then the last one is, again, Riley Blake, A Walk on the Prairie. I don't think I've ever been to a prairie, let alone walked along one. This is, if you were to walk on a prairie, this is what you'd see. Oh, it's very pretty. It's like pretty and floral and pink. We've got ginghams and stripes and spots. Oh, this is very pretty. Let me, if I actually show you the back, you can see. Look, isn't that lovely? Look at the colours in that. So you've got sort of greens and beiges and greys in these beautiful prints. Oh, I do like that. $16.99 for that one, but we've only got 7 left. So you need to be quick with that one. Right, which one shall I do next? Oh, this is nice. Is this the Sanderson one? I love this. Now, I was going to wear it because I've got a jumper. I was going to wear that today. That has 3 flying geese, you know, like in Hilda Ogden's living room. They look just like this. Now, this 107.88. So you get a metre free. So you're saving $17.98. So this is fabrics from the Sanderson Arboretum collection. 2-way split pay. Wow. And we're going to reduce it. $89.99. That's ridiculous. $89.99 for 6 metres of Sanderson fabric. Now, although with Sanderson, I know you're thinking cushions, and I know you're thinking curtains and sofa covers, but this is from the Sanderson archives, but it's quilting weight cotton. Let me show you. I love the flying geese. So you're getting 6 metres of Sanderson fabric for $89.99. Oh, I like that one. And their archives go back a long, long time. So you've got a real heritage in here. I love the flying geese. But then, you know, you've got that really lovely sort of 1930s print. Then you've got the big floral. Oh, that's pretty. Like lilacs. All of this. Oh, the strawberry's nice, isn't it? That's a bit like one of the wallpapers in the house. Oh, how about this one? That's like a proper scene, isn't it? I'm going to open that one out so you can see that one. Look at that one. Gorgeous. Look. There's a little frog. That's a nice collection of fabric, isn't it? For $89.99. Now, we've only got 20 of these bundles left. These have been flying out. And I'm not sure, I doubt very much we will get these back again. This is a specially collated collection. You can get this on split pay as well. So if you want to spread the costs without costing you any extra, 42 equal payments of $44.99, and then you've got a stripe at the end. So this really is, and obviously in the past you would have only ever been able to get these fabrics as furnishing weight fabrics, but now they've taken the fabrics from the archives and have put them together as quilting weight. That is by far my favourite though. Isn't that gorgeous? Just want flying geese fabric. Should have worn my flying geese jumper next time. There we go. Anyway, get checked out on that. If it's in your basket, you need to get checked out on that. Right, let's do, oh yes, I've got time, Liberty next. Right, this is the Liberty Fat Quarter Bundle. Now, this is a bundle. There are loads here. There's loads here. Right, 39 fat quarters for $166.31. Right, I'm going to put them all out. Ready? 1, 2. I'm not going to open them all. They're all fat quarters. 3, 4, 5, 6. Aren't they lovely? 7, 8, 9, 10. There's the Liberty Tree of Life. Some of them you will recognise as, you know, ones, real classic ones from their collection. They have been taken out of the Liberty archives. So some of them will go back, and then often what they do is recolour them so that they look really different, but they're still Liberty. I mean, this is fantastic. If you imagine owning 39 fat quarters of Liberty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, there's 20 of them. I want you to see them all because you see what amazing value this bundle is. Save £8.99. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Isn't that lovely? I like that one. With the blue and the white, that's lovely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, so there's 30. And then the last one, 10, 1, 2, just making sure we've got 39, 3, 4, 5, 6. There you go. 9, 39 fabrics. Look at all of that. Let me pull it. Look at that. All of those fabrics. Aren't they joyous colours as well? You've got all the greens and the oranges and the blues, but the shades of them, they're just joyous and bright and lovely. 39 fat quarters, 166.31. And we can do that on split pay as well for you. So if you want to spread the cost, it's up to you when you come to check out. You can either pay all of it in one go, but if you want to spread the cost and you pay the first instalment now, we send it to you straight away, and then the other 2 instalments afterwards. That's a lovely collection, isn't it? Gorgeous. Right, what should we... I've got another Liberty bundle here, smaller one. Loads and loads if you've got that fat quarter bundle in your basket, so you need to get checked out, because just looking at the stock levels, that's going to sell out. So if it's in your basket, you need to check out. If you want a smaller Liberty bundle, this one is a 2.5 metre bundle. So what you're getting in this one is 0.5 metre of each of those 5 fabrics in beautiful shades, yellowy mustards into that real tealy green. It's from the Heirloom Spring Fabric Mega Bundle. I think that is gorgeous, isn't it? £41.95. You're saving £3, but you are getting 0.5 metre, 5 half metres, which is what it looks like. There we go. 5 half metres of that fabric. Not bad at all, eh? Not bad. Save £3. Again, we are limited in stock on that one, so if you've got it in your basket, you need to get checked out. Right, what shall I do next? Oh, that's pretty. What's that one? Is that this one? I like this one. Oh, this is Lewis and Irene. This is so pretty. This is like watercolour flowers. I haven't seen this one. So again, this is called Bluebell Grey Flowers. 3.5 metres, so you're getting 7 half metres, saving £7.99. These are lovely. They're like real proper watercolour illustrations, and I love that one blender with it. It's just like, it's like this is the artist's palette with all the paints, and then they've used that to paint all of these fabrics. That's beautiful, isn't it? Now, we've only got 6 of this bundle left, so you need to be quick with that one. I'm just going to go and get just have a look at that a minute while I get this bundle. Only 5 of those left, so be quick with that one. And we've got 14 in basket, so be quick. Now, if you've got this one, we've got this bundle here, which is Bumbleberry. So this is your Lewis and Irene. This is their blender collection. So rather than just having plains, they have this collection called Bumbleberry, which is shades of a colour. But I think that this goes really nicely with this collection. So if you've... I'll lay that one out. Right, so this is the Bumbleberry. 0.5 metre each of these shades. So you've got, I think that one's Oyster, and then you've got a pale lilac, a slightly darker fuchsia, then you've got a bluey mauve, a deep blue, and then a turquoise. That's a beautiful collection. £38.99, you're getting 6 half metres. And instead of a plain, by having this print in it, and it's got almost a sheen to it in the print, it gives it real movement, But don't you think that it goes really nicely with that? You see, and because the price is lower on these bumbleberries, it's making it's all Lewis and Irene, it's making this fabric go a little bit further. So you can see, like in this colour palette here, how all these shades are picked out. That's a nice collection. So anyway, they are separate. They don't come together. You have to do that yourself. But we are limited on that fabric now. Very, very limited on that one if you want to get it. Which one shall I do? Which one? Let's do the cave. A smorgasbord of beautiful cave fabric. We don't have a load of caves in stock. So these are all 1/2 meters, okay? So 6.5 meters. So therefore, you are getting 13 1/2 meters. 116.87. No, lower. 99.99 for 13 1/2 meters. That's brilliant. I think that's a great price. This is a made up by Ben price, but I think it's a brilliant price. 99.99 for 13 1/2 meters of cave fabric. And what's more, it's still on split pay. But we only have 8. The only downside, all the great things about it, but we only have 7 bundles left now. So this is the 3rd time we've got it on air. We have 7 of these bundles left. You can buy it on split pay. You can pay for it all in one go. But basically, you're paying $99.99 for 13 1/2 meters. Every time we have it on, it sells out, and then we have to try and get some more. And look at that. That's got to be the hero fabric of the bundle, hasn't it? Isn't that gorgeous? Look at that. That's just one of them. 14 in baskets, 6 left. You might need to be quick with that one. Now, we are very low on stock, if not sold out, of loads of these fabrics, so you are going to be quick. All I'm saying is we can see what's in baskets. If it's in your basket, you need to check out. Right, one very last one. Be careful with that cave one. Tula. Another big bundle. This is nice. Ooh. This is colour, isn't it? We're going to have another Ben made up price for this one. Oh, love that one. So 6 meters, 98.89. That is a made up price. That makes no sense at all. 98.89 for 6 meters, available on 2-way split pay. That's fabulous. Nice price discount. So this is all Tula fabric. I mean, I love. So these are all your kind of statement hero prints from all the different ranges. They are gorgeous, aren't they? Let me just put some across the bottom. These are lovely, aren't they? So we've got 12 different prints in total, but it's lovely to have. I mean, you can see, can't you, how all of these colours go together so well that if you made anything from this, it's just a riot of joy and colour. It's not just the colour, is it? It's the shades and the tones that she uses. And the fact, I like things like this one where you've got gingham in the background and then these massive bold flowers. And then the colour, because she does have a colour palette, you know, this sort of pepperminty colour that you've got in the leaves here are also in the background of this fabric. So they all go together so well. I love that one. That's beautiful. Look at the background of that. Absolutely gorgeous. But then that is echoed in here. So whichever of these fabrics you put together, it's a bit like using the cave fabric. Whenever you put them together, they just all blend beautifully. Now, we only have 12 of this bundle left in stock. So you're getting 6 metres, so 12 half metres, £98.89, amazing. It's also available on two-way split pay, 2 equal payments of £49.44 if you'd rather to pay like that. So best of luck with it. Right, have a look on the website to see what we've got left. There are another couple of bundles that Ben will sort out the price for in the break. So do go onto the website if you've missed out on any or you want to see what we've got left. So like this Lewis and Iron, the Isabella Plum fabric collection, I haven't got time to show, was £140.85, but we are now, well, reducing to £119.85. In the break, Ben's going to go through the other bundles that we haven't had time to go through. I'll be back with you in a few minutes' time with Holly, who's going to show us that beautiful, that darted Maison Fauve blouse, really gorgeous. And you know what? You could make it from any of these fabrics. It's worked well in a quilting weight fabric. So you could get yourself one of these bundles. You could have a cave blouse, couldn't you? You could have the front in one fabric, the sleeves in another, absolutely perfect. So I'll see you back here for a pleating masterclass in just a few minutes' time.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Understitching is a term that I get asked about a lot. You understitch a facing or a pocket edge to help it lie really crisply when you turn it to the wrong side. I've stitched my pocket piece onto the garment. To understitch it, I'm going to open my pocket piece away from the garment with the seam towards the pocket piece. To understitch, I'm going to stitch down very close to the edge of the pocket piece, catching the seam in with my stitching. So now you need to sew it. So make sure you find a spot on your sewing machine foot so that you can line it up close to the edge of the seam. You'll see that the seam has been caught out of the way, and when folded to the wrong side, your pocket edge is going to lie really nice and flat.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops, like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw round your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So we're going to show you, well, when I say we, I mean Holly, not me. It's going to show you how to make this fabulous, it's called the Chelsea blouse by Maison Fauve. She's a French pattern designer, absolutely gorgeous. We've featured a few patterns by them in the past, and they always have really clever features. Little bit designer, aren't they? A little bit French.
Yes, yeah, definitely. Yeah, some lovely features in there, really nice little...
So you've got this lovely, I mean, you've got... It's not an open, it's closed up here with the binding.
Yes.
But you've got these beautiful little pleats, which are just decoration.
Yeah, just decoration, and they look really effective, but actually are really simple to do.
Yes, well, again, it's a bit like the dress that we've just done. It's that it looks very professional, doesn't it? Yeah. And I love the raglan sleeve that you've got in there. And then on the back, you've got just the way... Well, the sleeve is slightly pleated, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got some pleats that are they vary in length, so it gives that really nice sort of...
You've got a nice bound neck. There's no closures or anything, no buttons or anything. It's just like that. No, you've got a nice sleeve with a cuff and nice pleats on the sleeve. So it's a beautiful blouse. This is the sort of blouse that if you went into a store, it'd be a really high-end store, wouldn't it? Now, when we did this, it's only been on once before, completely sold out. That was in September. Completely sold out. Really, really popular. So it's only one pattern, which makes life easy, doesn't it? So it's available. This pattern is sizes 8 to 24. But let me read you out the actual sizes. So it's it's in centimetres. I have to work this out. It's 80 to 120. So what is that? I think 80 is about 32. 80 to 120 is what the sizes are. So, that's because it's 31, right, so 31 to a 48-inch chest, that is the size range for it. Everything you need is in there. There are also, I think, links to a video.
Yes,
for the individual techniques for it. I think it's an absolutely beautiful blouse. It's a real go-to. Now, the fabrics that you can use for it are lightweight fabrics, so 80 to 160 grams. Now, interestingly, quilting weight fabric is 140. So quite often we sell quilting weight fabric. Oh, this would be so lovely for dressmaking. You just need the right pattern. This is the perfect pattern because you can use viscose tencel, cotton crepe, poplin satin or twill. So if you've got a 140 gram cotton, which is what a quilting weight fabric is, this is the blouse. And, you know, all you need, everything is in the fabric, isn't it? That's what's saying it to you. You've got these beautiful little details. you know, once you've made this, it fits you. You can make it time and time again. It can be a blouse for a very special occasion. It can be one to wear to work. If you've made it, have you got a picture? Or let us know if you've made it. We completely sold out last time, so we would love to see your photos. Just email them in. Right, let me go through the fabric now. So the fabric that you will need, 2 meters, okay? I haven't got this, it doesn't say on there. It must be inside, it says it. So let's start with the fabric that's actually in the model that Holly made. This is beautiful. It's Pima lawn. So Pima is really, really top quality cotton. And obviously it's a lawn. It doesn't feel, though, Holly, does it? It's quite as lightweight as some lawns, does it? I mean, it's nice and lightweight, but it doesn't
lightweight, but yeah, it's
you know, like the Liberty lawns are very, very fine, aren't they?
Very fine. Yeah, it hasn't got that fine, but it's got the lightweight to it. Yeah,
maybe because of the Pima cotton.
Yeah,
but
beautiful.
it's beautiful peacock feathers. So, $24.99. So you're getting 2 meters in that bundle, which is enough to make up the largest size of this blouse. Amazing. We only have 15 of these bundles left, though. So, how many baskets? Right. And way more than that in baskets. Loads more. So if you've got it in your basket, you want to make this blouse with this fabric exactly the same, you need to get that checked out. I think that's gorgeous. Now we've got another, I'll leave that with you and I will let you know whether we have any left. We've got another Pima cotton lawn in this beautiful pink. Isn't that lovely? Gorgeous, isn't it? So again, you've got the lightweightness, is that a word, of lawn, but because it's the Pima cotton, it's such beautiful quality. It's fine, but it just feels a little more structured, I think, to sew with. But it's very smooth as well.
It's really smooth. It's got some, it's a beautiful fabric to work
It's almost
with.
like a poplin lawn.
Yeah, it just, yeah,
really
it's
smooth.
Very, very
but isn't
smooth.
that pretty? I like the shade of this because this is quite a dusky pink in the background as well. Quite vintage. Very, very pretty. So that is the Pima lawn in the pink. Now, if you want to make it in a viscose, I've got a viscose here. Now, this is a viscose challis, which is lovely because it has a really nice drape to it. But it's got a really lovely drape to it. And this is the sort of thing, when you buy a blouse in a challis, it always sits really nicely. But this is where it's always quite expensive, isn't it? This feels like, you know, one of those really, it's so soft.
Like a beautiful drape and all those things.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Look at the drape to that. That's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Beautiful. It does have a really lovely drape. So that is $34.99 for 2 meters, which is enough to make this. I think that would be a really nice blouse. So if you just drape that over there, you can see, can't you? Because that's how you can see. You see how it sort of drapes around? It's very forgiving and it sits really nicely on. I've got another viscose. This one. I like this one. It's a really unusual print, isn't it? Now, this is slightly heavier weight because it's a viscose cotton mix. It's slightly heavier weight than the viscose challis. But it's perfect for this. Let me put it on my model. You see how nicely it drapes, but isn't that a lovely colour? The colour is lovely. It has a real vintage vibe to it, doesn't it? Oh, someone said, could you sew up this slit if you wanted to?
Yes, it's got a facing underneath it, so you would just probably remove that. And
okay.
Because it's a centre front seam anyway, so you only sew it up to that.
Oh right, so you
anyway,
just keep
so
going.
You can continue, and you just don't do the facing.
And actually, you don't need to leave it open because it just goes over your head anyway. But yes, if you didn't want that front slit,
yeah, you can easily do it. You just need to remove the facing behind it and then continue.
And then continue. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it would work.
But see, look how nice that is. Oh, I love that.
That's nice. That's, really
that's
nice.
proper vintage,
that's
isn't
lovely.
it? Gorgeous. And that's a viscose cotton print, which is a lovely weight to it because it doesn't crease then as much because of the viscose. Right, I've got one more print. This one is really pretty. Now, I thought this was it's got like ridges in it, like a cord, but it isn't. It's just a textured cotton. This is pretty, isn't it? Rosalie Blossoms. It's a shirting fabric. So absolutely perfect for this. Nice and crisp, and then, in fact, those pleats will work really well in it. 2 meters, 31.49. Now, if you want some plain fabrics, we've got this gorgeous, love this one. That's a really nice colour, isn't it? Ochre. Oh, I like that. Again, this is a really nice weight. So it's a chambray fabric, which means it's, we often think of chambray as the colour, but actually chambray is the type of fabric. But it's got a really nice, it is just the right weight for this. It's got a lot of drape to it in that lovely ochre colour. Isn't that beautiful? £27.99. I'll put it on my model so you can see. But you can see the sort of how it, when I do it like that, it's just quite a good way, if you drape fabric like that, to see how it folds and pleats. So that's the ochre one. We've got it in, we've got a plain one in grey. Pardon? This is lawn, yeah, this is, I've got 2 cotton lawns here. Look, cotton lawn in a plain grey. Now, so look at the price, £17.99. But that's a really, really soft, because it's cotton lawn. Again, you've got that real soft feel to it. But it does drape really well. If I just, I'll open it out so you can have got just a single layer. But you see what I mean? When the way that it hangs and the pleats is very soft and gentle. That's in the grey. And then finally, I've left this one till last because this is the pale pink. And this is the one that Holly's going to be demonstrating in. There we go. That's the cotton chambray fabric. £17.99 for 2 meters in this really pretty pale pink. Very nice to wear with navy, actually. There we go. Anyway, that's all of the fabrics and all the patterns. So where do we start with that? The pattern is flying out, just to warn you, absolutely flying in. You do need to check out. It sold out the last time we had it. Don't want you to miss out. Just check it out, then you can carry and watch the demo. Right. So you cut it all out first?
Yes, so we cut it all out, and then today I'm going to be doing the detail, the touch.
Okay.
So I've got one cut out and one demo, because again, it's so different to see in a plain fabric compared to the
completely.
patterns. So this is what we're going to be creating, and with these pleats, it's the detail on the front. So with this technique, you're always working on the front, the right side of the fabric.
Okay.
Not like earlier when with the darts, we were working on the wrong side. So we've changed it up.
So what does the pattern look like then to achieve that?
So this is what the pattern looks like. Now, I brought it in because it's a little bit busy, but once you've worked it out, you've got all the information on it.
Right.
So if you are unsure what to do, it's all written down. So because of how the pleating is, and obviously you've got multiple sizes on your pattern, what I did with this pattern actually, with a crayon, I just went around the lines.
Oh, okay.
So you don't get confused.
So you could trace it or
you could trace it, yeah.
Or
you could
draw the lines on.
Yeah, either one or the other. Equally, if you were tracing, you could still use a highlight or something over the lines just so it's quite clear.
Right, okay.
So the part of the pattern is this top bit with the pleats. So on here, to work these pleats out, we have 3 lines. On here, one says folding and then 2 is stitching. So that's very important to remember. So our folding line is the middle line, which creates that nice crease.
Okay.
And the bit that is the 3D element that sticks out from the shirt.
So the middle line is the fold line.
Yeah.
Right.
So again, one way to kind of again visualize what you're doing, I sometimes always fold my patterns how I'm going to be doing it in the fabric.
I see what you mean.
Especially with paper like this, and if you can iron it as well, and it really holds that structure in, so it's a little bit easier to see what you're going to be achieving.
Yeah.
So that is the pattern. Again, with this one, we have all the notches on the 3 edges of the 3 lines. Very, very important that we put them in, because we don't know otherwise what's folding, what's with what.
Right. So it's a good way of visualising before you actually sew.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Again, if you could, with the notches, I've snipped them in. You could use chalk just to mark them. If you're using a very lightweight fabric, sometimes it's nice to use a chalk instead of a snip, but that's a preference.
We've got some really good chalk here. We've often sell this, and I say this is great for dressmaking. I love this chalk set.
I need that.
Well, because it's got all of the different colours in it.
Yeah.
So in it you've got it's a chalk pen, but you've got all white. You've got lots of white, but you've got one of each of these colours, which is fab, because when you're dressmaking, obviously using different colours of fabric all the time. And you get a pencil sharpener, and obviously you get the pen and the rubber. So that's a great price, $14.99. All of the mainly white, because is what most people use, but you've got these colours for when you're using lighter fabrics. This is a great purchase for dressmakers.
Yeah, those dark colours would be perfect, because I'm using a pencil right now.
Okay, there we go.
But yeah, it's great, and also it's quite a fine line, and some of the chalks get a bit fat.
Yeah, and it comes with a pencil sharpener, but these are
when
very
you get the fine line,
nice little lines.
especially for this sort of detail, it's quite nice. So what I'm going to do, I'm using a pencil so we can see it on my demo. Obviously, I'd use a chalk, because we're working on the right side here, so we don't want anything being seen.
Right, okay.
As well with the thread, we're going to be seeing the thread, so it's always good to, if you want to use I'm using contrasting thread for the demo, but it can add another extra feature, or make sure you could have one that matches. So you're going to just be seeing your stitching, so we just need to be aware of that.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, because it does show whatever.
It does show what you're seeing, so it can either be a design feature, or it might be something you want to hide off. And, So we're going to start with, on our pattern, let me put the pattern in shot so we can see it as well. The middle line's the folding line. So with my ruler, I'm just going to draw a line to connect the 2 middle notches on each pleat. We've got 3 pleats, so we've got 3 sets of 3 lines.
Yeah.
So I'm using my pencil. Obviously, use your chalk. Do not do this, but for the demo, and make sure that they're all lined up. Again, this is what you need to take your time with, because this is a real detail that we're going to be seeing when you're going to be wearing the blouse, especially on a plain fabric.
But then, it's 3 pleats. It's not much, is it? It's worth...
Yeah, exactly.
It's quite nice taking your time with this sort of thing, isn't it? Because it's part of the process.
It's like the process of delicate sewing, and and this is what's quite nice about this pattern. It's got some nice, delicate, proper sewing techniques, if that makes any sense.
Yes, no, I do know what you mean.
Right, so on our folded line, we're going to fold it up, and then we're going to be meeting. So on the edge, we've got 3 lines. So using this line, we're going to fold it in half, working on the right side. There we go.
You watch your head.
Oh, sorry.
You were in front of it.
So I was leaning over. Yeah, so if we're folding, again, it's quite nice.
It's a nightmare with the overhead.
Yeah, I just realised, because when I'm looking over.
I know, but it's hard to look at what you're doing.
Yeah, it depends.
And put your head back at the same time.
So I'm just going to press that in, which helps secure and keep it into place. So it will look like this. So we're working on our right side. So we're going to have our stitch line. So we're just going to draw in our stitch line. I'm drawing in on the bottom line, but you could do it on the top line as well. So it will look like this. I'm going to just place...
So do you sew one at a time?
I personally
Right.
do. You could, on the pattern actually, it does say to press them into place and then check the fit.
Okay.
So it depends on that as well.
Right,
It all
okay.
depends. Depends what you prefer, depends if you've done it before, And also it does mention in the pattern, because we're working on the bias here, you have to be very delicate because it can stretch really easily. It will fold down to more straight, obviously, but we're working on the bias. So when we're pressing, we're not pulling. When we're sewing, we're not pulling, just letting it do its thing nice and gently. So here's our line here. This is 1 centimetre, so you could either draw your line in and you sew on your line, or we can use our foot at the 1 centimetre guide. So it all depends on your ability, or, you know. So we're going to be going this. We're sewing on the right side. We're doing our forward and back at the end and start of each line to secure that stitch into place. Oh, where's my snips? Here they are. And it will look. Oh, take that off. And there we go. There's our first pleat in. Obviously, you can see as I've used the contrasting stitching, you can see how prominent that is. I'm just going to snip away the ends because I think it's just great to keep. It's one of those things that you should do as you sew, but you don't tend to, and then it gets all, sometimes the threads in the way. So we're just going to press this down. Just to secure that into place, just so it doesn't bounce around when we're doing the next one. And that is our first one. As you can see along this sort of edge, you can use it as a guide of where the pleat is going to be compressing down to make that shape. So we then get back into, look for our middle fold line. We draw our line if we need to. And we'll just press that. I think pressing is one of those, you know, when you're sewing, you think, oh, do I need to press everything as I go?
I know, but then,
it really does
you
help.
realise that you get so much better finish,
Yes,
and
you
I
do.
hate unpicking more.
Oh, I know, and then you think, you know, especially when you're working with cotton, it presses so nicely to get into place, and it makes that nice crisp
It makes a
finish.
difference,
It does, yeah.
And it just has to become part of the process. But
It does,
especially
yeah.
with a fold like this. But it's like you showing, it's really nice to see, you know, the process of marking it and then, you know, take the time.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this pattern, because you have some more of the delicate sewing parts, and then other bits come together really quickly.
Well, Sue says, what a fabulous clear demonstration. Thanks, ladies. It is, isn't it, Sue? It's brilliant.
Thank you, Sue.
Because it's
Very
nice
kind.
to take the time to go through one technique in detail rather than skim across all of them, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I think sometimes when you look at patterns, you think, oh, I like it, but what about this part?
Yeah, I'm not doing it because of that.
Yeah, and I think sometimes, you know, like I was saying earlier, it's just like skills put together. And once you've learnt this sort of skill, it's very similar to darting. It's just you're working on the outside in a different shape.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those sort of things. And once you get your head around, I'm working on the right side because I'm seeing it on the right side, you know, it's a process. It's a very similar technique to the sleeves as well, where that is, we're just working on the other side.
Oh, okay.
And it hides this bit inside, but gives a different finish, which is, I think, is really interesting.
Well, it's these little details that make quite a difference to it. And I like the fact that they go inside into the sleeve as well.
Yeah, yeah. And I think where these go into the middle is quite a flattering fine detail as well. And like we were saying, you don't need to have that slit. You can, and then they would just line up nicely in a point
if you
down the
wanted
front.
to do that.
Yeah,
and like you don't, and it's quite nice. There's no fixtures or fittings.
No, I know. When I was sewing it, I was like, "Where's the button?" I was like, "No, he doesn't have one because it's got quite a nice open, wide neck." Right, we're just going to sew the second into place.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realise it says on here that you don't have to put pleats on the front.
Yeah, there's two versions. There's
Right.
one without the pleats on the front, and
okay.
one with, and then there's two sleeve cuff finishing. That one's more the simpler.
Gathered and buttoned or
Yeah,
plain.
that's-
So
yeah.
these are the plain,
That's the plain one, yeah.
but you can have them.
Yeah, it has a slight slit up into the sleeve,
Right.
and then the cuff is buttoned
Okay,
together.
so if you like this, but you don't want to do the pleats, there is a pattern in here that you don't have to have the pleats.
Yeah,
You
literally.
really don't want to
yeah.
do them.
No. So then it's the same sleeve, same back, bound, everything. It's just without the
So they've
pleat
just
detail.
taken the pleats
Yeah,
out
it's
of
just
them.
taken that. Yeah, if you wanted more of a streamlined.
Well, I
shirt,
guess also
suppose.
depends on the fabric. You might make it this time with the pleats, and next time think, oh, I just want it a bit simpler, I'll do it
Yeah,
without.
exactly.
And both pattern pieces, unlike you can go for the plainer cuff, or you can think, no, I'm going to do a buttoned cuff.
Exactly. Yeah, and you can mix and match it. So yeah, it's let's press that down a bit better. But yeah, you can. It's got options. It's got some nice skills in it with the binding as well. It works really well. So you can see that's kind of coming together now, and it's slowly, shrinking into.
Yeah.
its
So I
shape.
suppose the non-pleated one is just what that looks like once it's pleated.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, it would literally be the same outline
Okay.
as this, just without the. Yeah,
Nice.
exactly. Which is nice. Sometimes it can look intimidating on these patterns because there's got so many lines.
Well,
but
also,
it's
I guess
just
it does
worth-
depend on the fabric, the time you've got, what you're going to be wearing it for. You know,
Oh,
you might
yeah.
want to go for the detail. Other times you think, oh, no, I just want it simple. But you have got both of those options as well as both of the cuff, which is nice.
Yeah, and that's the joy of sewing, isn't it? You can just
Yes.
do what you want.
Exactly.
You can just, you can, when you're learning, go follow the guide religiously, or you can just be like, when you get a bit more confident, think, actually, I'm not going to use that pleat. I can do this, I
Yeah.
can do that, or, you can do whatever you would like. Oh, I've attached that to the wrong. While chatting, I've just attached it to the wrong notch. So
Oh,
it's easily done. So
yeah. Don't talk and sew.
don't talk and sew. No. There we go. Pop that together. Just gonna press. So on a plain fabric, this detail's so prominent. On
Yes,
on
yeah.
the patterned fabric, you probably, you might see a little bit of a detail when you get up close.
Oh,
but
yes, that's true, actually.
on a,
So if
plain
you're
fabric.
a beginner, stick to a pattern fabric then.
I would, yes, and a matching thread.
And a matching thread,
Definitely,
absolutely.
yeah.
But you didn't, it's interesting because you didn't bother pattern matching it down the front, but you don't notice it.
I was kind of working. I didn't pattern match it completely.
No, but you don't
I
sort of need
Yeah,
to,
I
do
still.
you?
Yeah, no, you don't. I just sort of worked out how it would still look in.
Yeah, so
in the,
it went that way.
I didn't cut through.
I know, I think
anything.
sometimes we get a bit sort of overworked by pattern matching, but with this fabric, it doesn't matter, does
No,
it?
and so, sometimes the amount of fabric can really how much you're going to
Yes,
pattern
that's
match,
true.
doesn't it? Because of how the drop and the repeat is. So it doesn't always, yeah. But with a plain fabric, you would see that seam more prominently up the front. But there we go. If this is like the first time you're using this skill, then I would recommend more of a cotton popped instead of
Rather than one of
those-
these.
or a bit more
Yes.
slippery and shiny, because sometimes, cotton, once you've pressed it, it does behave, especially if we're doing like nice, neat lines, taking our time. And then you can work up to more technical fabrics, I think. Right, so it's on to our last pleat. these threads before they get... What's that? We're just going to press this down because our pattern presses, like we want it facing down. Obviously, in some you can have it facing up, you can have it down, depending on other ways. But on this pattern, we are pressing downwards.
Right.
And that needs to be quite securely down because when we're fitting in the facing and the sleeve, we want that in secured into place so it doesn't wobble around or have sometimes jump the other way. So we have to make sure it's all nicely pressed down and behaving itself. I think it's such a nice little design details. Like if you were making a plain skirt, for example, you could probably just add it in. If you get more confident with drafting or adjusting patterns, then it would work.
Well, I think this is a really good staple pattern to have, isn't it? Because it will go with so many different fabrics. You can use it for loads of different occasions, but it's got that really pretty, detailed, professional-looking finish in it. So when you wear it,
you feel nice.
It's going to feel nice, isn't it?
It's going to feel nice.
And it's the sort of thing people go, oh, where'd you get that blouse from?
And all seasons as well. You don't exactly have
hot
summers all the time. More of a lightweight,
And it's a way of, because you only need 2 meters of fabric. It's a way of really showcasing a fabric that you love.
Yes, you don't need loads. So we've got them down here. We can pin them into place when we're working, or we could just put a basting stitch along the edges within our seam allowance, and it will just keep it down into place. So it's a kind of a preference with your skill level, because this bit will then be attached. Let me put into this shot. This bit is where our facing attaches in, and we're going to be folding it in, under-stitching. So we do like to keep it as it is, and also again because we have sewn it on the bias, it is still a little bit vulnerable to stretching or moving. So we're just going to run a little stitch. If we are doing these sort of basting stitches, we want to make sure they're in the seam allowance because we don't want to see these type of stitches once it's being worn. If we stitch out of the seam allowance, we have risk that we might have to see it, and we might. If we do see it, we can unpick it, but it's nicer to keep it in the seam allowance.
So just tack them down?
Yeah, just tack it down. I'm just going to pop it up to 4.5 on my machine. I haven't pinned it into place, but you might need to pin it into place. When I'm sewing things like this, I like to sew the way the garment falls. So I like to it all falls down, so I'm going downwards. Sometimes if you go upwards, I find, I don't know if it's just one of these things that is my habit.
You mean,
but,
okay.
You could pull your fabric up. So with sleeves and hems, especially the front, centre front, this seam, I sew downwards the way it's going to be.
Right, because it then pulls the fabric downwards.
Potentially it could do, you just say.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
A bit more
no, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, that nice. So so that is just kept it nice into place, and we get rid of these threads. We get our other one, we can start to visualise shot, there we go, how it's going to be coming together. Because when we construct this together, you sew up to a point within the facing, you put your facing on, and you sew up to a point within the facing. So, like we were saying earlier, if you didn't want to have that slit, you could just continually
and is the facing put in first then?
Yeah, the facing is put in first. It's put in there. Here sits outwards, then you stitch up to a point on the facing, and then the facing folds inside. So
well, actually we could probably look at that on here. That might be easier for for you to explain, actually. I'll have to just undress my red lady.
But yeah, we could easily just stitch up the front, make sure these are nicely in line.
Yes, if we look on
Yeah, let's have a
the
look.
inside of that.
Yeah, here we go. So you can see the facing runs up here. So it's a folded over facing and it's understitched together.
Oh,
So you
okay.
don't see the stitching on the front as well. So we've got the centre front stitch coming up here. So we could just continue it, put it together.
And it'd be exactly the same.
Yeah, yeah, it's like what we're talking about, just another variation.
Or I guess if you didn't want the slit to be so low.
Oh yeah, you could work it to whatever
Yeah,
height you wanted.
you could work it to like the bottom of that pleat.
Yeah, you just have to adjust your facing slightly.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you could easily, yeah, because it is a decent length of a slit. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess, and also I suppose if you made it and you went, oh no, I don't like that, you just take the facing off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just unpick it. Yeah, and start. Yeah, exactly. You can adjust it.
That's
to how
true.
you like.
Or you could just sew it together.
Yeah, or just
Over sew it by hand.
Yes.
Might be a bit obvious though, mightn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely. Right, I'm just going to go through the pattern again before
Yeah.
we move to the next stage. Right, so the pattern. Let's have a look inside, shall we? Just going to undo it. Sorry. I always like to have a good look at a pattern because I always want to see what the paper is like. And so you've got all these big pieces of paper. There is a lot, isn't there?
Yes.
So nice thick paper. So I guess you can either do what you've done and then draw on it, or trace it.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, I think tracing is a nice way to reuse it again or adjust
Yeah,
it.
so say you
yeah.
love this and then you think, well, I want to make it for somebody else, or I've made it once, but actually I'd rather have a slightly smaller size or a slightly larger size.
Yeah.
You've had it, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly.
You cut it out.
Oh, I know, yeah. You will.
But if you've got dressmaker's pattern paper like this, then you can trace it. So this is gridded. So when you use it, do you use a gridded or a non-grid or a plain?
Non-gridded I would use, but I have used that in the past
So
as well. It doesn't really matter, really. Yeah.
So this is a gridded one, which I guess probably just helps to keep lines straight, doesn't it?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it is good when you're drafting because you can exactly know your lines are
You can
straight
draw
and
them
you've got
straight,
a guide.
that's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
So this is $11.99 and it's 10 metres, I think. Yeah, it is. It's a metre wide and then it's 10 metres long. So get into the, we'll try. I know we don't because we're a bit lazy, aren't we? But it's good to get into the habit of tracing your patterns.
Definitely, yeah, I really love it because it then gives you a little bit of flexibility to alter or draft something or just go that one step further with your sewing.
And do you press your patterns?
Yes, I do.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, nice and flat, and yeah. 'Cause sometimes it does come out like that.
Well, yeah,
Well,
because
it does.
Folded up for ages,
Yeah.
hasn't it?
It can alter. You know, it's only a few mils of the size, but you know, you have got that
Yeah.
fold is adjusting it a little bit. But yeah.
And because I'm never really sure, I just sort of iron them.
Oh, I just quickly iron it. So it doesn't-
Okay, but does it matter about the heat?
Don't go too hot, obviously.
But just iron them.
Just iron it, but don't
And
go
then
too
trace
hot.
them.
Yeah.
And it's worth having it. I mean, I have mine. I keep mine in my sewing room, usually in the wrapping paper basket. And if it gets creased, don't worry, which it will do, because it ends up binding
'cause
over.
it's long,
You
yeah.
can just press this as well,
Yeah.
and it will press back into place. But it is worth getting because it means that you can use your pattern again. It means if you decide I want it bigger and or smaller next time, then you know you've got your pattern, and you can just keep these in the envelope. And I know we're much too lazy to do that, but
Oh, it's
a
nice
good
to.
idea.
Yeah, I think it's nice to.
and I guess does it make because you know you've got a lot of sizes on here. haven't
You have a lot of sizes and there's a lot of detail lines on this one, so I think it would be really good to trace it off. I like to
Okay.
trace my patterns off personally.
I know, I never used to, but then there was once when I realised I wish I had. And
Yeah, and
started
then
doing
yeah,
that.
it's one you learn from your mistakes and so you don't
No,
learn.
most of the time you might not need to, but I do like the way as well that obviously because this is a French company,
Yeah.
but everything is in French and English.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Which is
You can
great.
learn
You're
your
not going to
French.
be left with what's the opening notch, what does that mean? Have to translate anything.
Yeah.
Now, this is the instruction. So you've got all of these pattern pieces, there's loads, it's all in there. These are the instructions. So we have obviously like the pictures of it. And again, everything is in French and English, so you will be fine. In fact, look there. So the size, the pattern goes from a size 34 to 52. That's the, I guess, the chest measurement. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it is. Was 34, 80? Yeah, I think so. Because they've said, unless that, oh no, maybe that's a size. Don't know what the 30.
Yeah, I just went by my.
You just went by bust measurements,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So I think it's like a 30 to a 44. And then there is also, you see, which I realised last time we were doing, you can find a step video of the pattern on the YouTube channel as well in the tutorial section of the blog, which I think is brilliant.
Brilliant, yeah, because sometimes you need to visually see it, don't you? You can see
well,
the
also
pictures,
you've explained
and then
the pleats to us, but you know the next stage I guess is like, is it doing the binding of the collar or is it sleeves?
Yes, you construct the front, then you would do the sleeve details, then you would put how the sleeve is cut. You put the sleeve onto the front sides and then attach the back, and then you can work on the front, and then you do the cuffs at the end, and then you bind it all at the very end.
So you can follow a video, which is brilliant, isn't it? Because so if you really want to make it and you think, oh yeah, but I'm not sure I'll remember how to do that bit, it's all on here.
I think it's just how you learn, isn't it? You know, some people are visual, some people
are
and
I think sometimes seeing somebody do something, it does really help, doesn't it?
It definitely does, yeah.
Cutting layout and then assembling it. So this is all the pleat bit. Well, you can watch this back when you get your pattern because obviously Holly's showing you how to do it. And then it is nice that it does go through it in detail with nice diagrams as well.
Yeah, it's really good, yeah.
You do judge a pattern a bit by that as well. And then this is the cuff. Okay, so it's just like a little round opening. It's not like plackets.
No. It's like a slit, and then you pop the cuff on it with the button, which I think is a really lovely detail.
Just like that. There's the front and back. Brilliant. So there's absolutely loads in there. It really is great. I think it's great value for £19.90 because you're getting all of those sizes. UK sizes 6 to 24. That's a big size range. And it really is a blouse. You can either, make it plain. You can go for the pleats. Entirely up to you. But it's a great size range to have. Obviously, you've got to get it back in. Right, let's go through the fabrics then. Unless there's anything you want to show us.
No, just done.
Right, okay. Let's do fabrics. So, have we got any of this one left, Ben? Right, we have a little bit. There we go. I put them all in a pile. A little bit of this one left. So, this is your Pima cotton lawn. There we go. Beautiful. So it's 100% cotton, and Pima cotton is really high quality cotton, which is why I think it has that little bit of extra structure. It's got, it has got the drape of a lawn.
It has a really unique fabric, actually, isn't it? Like it's soft but light, but
It's
got
really
structure.
soft,
But
isn't it?
yeah,
It feels-
it's so lovely to sew with.
It feels very expensive.
It does. It feels so expensive. Yeah. When it arrives.
So it's only £24.99, and that's for the whole 2 metres. So that's going to be enough to make up to the largest size pattern, because in here, I imagine it has all the requirements of what you need. Yeah. Furniture. You can learn French at the same time as well.
I thought, if you're learning French, then
Yeah,
it's perfect.
it's
You can
just-
test it because it's on the other side.
Yeah, it does give you the how much you need for the different sizes, but 2 metres is enough for all of them. There we go. So that's the peacock, if you want that one. Right, then which one? The pink one. So the next one is again, this is your beautiful Pima cotton, exactly the same as the peacock feathers, but it's in the pink instead. So pretty. It's quite a sort of salmon-y pink in the background, a darker pink. It's not like really bright. It's quite vintage.
Yeah. It's a good description. Yeah, it's more salmon-y. Yeah.
It feels, it does feel a bit vintage, like you need to have a knitted cardi on top. Hand knitted by you, obviously. That's how it feels. I like that. Completely different look. See, this is the great thing about finding a pattern that you like, is that as soon as you change the fabric,
It can give you a completely different look.
I know,
For
it's
different-
weird though.
Yeah, for different events or time of the year, you know, you can go lightweight in the summer, more heavier.
because I don't think you find that when you buy clothes. You might see things in different colours, but
Yeah, you don't get a whole range of.
it's not the whole range of prints, so they
Yeah.
always do look a bit the same, just a different colour. Whereas when you start changing prints, it's a completely different thing. They are £24.99 for that one. Let's do, actually, we'll do the this lovely challis, the viscose challis, which I think is gorgeous.
The pleating detail on the sleeve would look so different in that. It would just
would,
be a
yeah,
lovely
that's
drape.
Yeah, because it really does drape, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Look at that. It's, you know, that's going to hang beautifully, isn't it?
Yeah, it will do.
And it's lovely because it's navy, but the actual flowers are like a creamy peach almost. I think. Nice, isn't it? Beautiful, but you can see the drape on that, kind of. It's sort of it's billowy. It's wrapping the air. I love that one. Then there's our I think this is my favourite one, but I love these vintage fabrics. So this is like soft furnishings, isn't it?
It's lovely,
I think that is gorgeous, but that has got a beautiful look. So this is a cotton viscose mix, which is quite nice because you've got the structure of the cotton, but then the viscose means it doesn't crease so much. Let me open it up so you can see the drape on that one. There we go. Isn't that lovely? And it says flax, gold flax. So maybe these are flax plants, I don't know. But again, completely different look to that. But it would pleat nicely, wouldn't it?
It would pleat lovely. It'd be really lovely. Yeah, it looks like it's a bit more heavyweight, but it's got drape at the same time. But it's not. It's a really unique fabric.
Yeah, it is a bit.
Yeah.
It's a bit heavier than this, but it's still got the right, because it's got to have some drape in it, isn't it? There you go, 2 metres, £22.99, which again is a great price, really. Love that one. Which one shall I do? I'm going to do all the print ones in the same order. Then we've got this one, which is a shirting fabric.
That would give lovely structure to the.
Yeah,
the
it does,
sleeves
doesn't it? It's
and
a
the
really
fleece.
nice
Yeah,
shirting
it holds
fabric.
the shape more, wouldn't it?
There we go. £31.49 for 2 metres of that. Really pretty. And then we've got the plain ones. So we've got the gold one, and this is the viscose cotton mixture. It's a nice gold shade. £27.99. Then this is the lawn. The grey is the cotton lawn. If you want plain cotton lawn, 2 metres of. There we go. And finally, the pink one, which is the one that Holly was demonstrating with. There we go. Really pretty pale pink, £17.99. Again, that's cotton chambray fabric, 2 metres of. Fabulous. Thank you so much, Holly.
Oh,
It's lovely
thank
to see
you.
you today.
Oh,
Really
thank
nice
you
to work
for
with you.
having
And really, really enjoyed the masterclasses as well.
Oh, brilliant! Thank you.
To just sort of focus in on something and really
Yeah, I think
teach.
it's quite nice because you're not going to, in like this small amount of time, you're not going to make the whole shirt. So sometimes you're going to be jumping around, but I think it's just those small techniques.
Yes. Well, and hopefully we'll encourage everyone to
Hopefully,
make the
yeah.
pleated version.
Yes, hopefully, yeah. it'd be lovely.
We'll see you back here soon, I hope.
Yes, I will be. Yes, so
Excellent.
exactly.
Now, I will see you back in a few minutes. We've got a bit of a special announcement because, for some reason, Hayley sent us some amazing quilt kits. Don't know why, because she was just, I think she found them, decided they need to be on today. However, they are very limited, so she's let us have them as a very special bonus today. And they are all on single figures, though, so we've got a small selection of quilt kits that she's just sent us. So we're going to go for a few-minute break. Join us afterwards. I'm going to go through. I'm quite looking forward to seeing them because they've only just arrived. So very, very special quilt kits. They must have only just arrived in, I think. So a little bit of a treat for you, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Understitching is a term that I get asked about a lot. You understitch a facing or a pocket edge to help it lie really crisply when you turn it to the wrong side. I've stitched my pocket piece onto the garment. To understitch it, I'm going to open my pocket piece away from the garment with the seam towards the pocket piece. To understitch, I'm going to stitch down very close to the edge of the pocket piece, catching the seam in with my stitching. So now you need to sew it. So make sure you find a spot on your sewing machine foot so that you can line it up close to the edge of the seam. You'll see that the seam has been caught out of the way, and when folded to the wrong side, your pocket edge is going to lie really nice and flat.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Meet the Elna Experience 450. Precision, speed and simplicity. Your perfect partner for all things sewing. The automatic needle threader makes threading a breeze, plus the up-down needle position. The built-in thread cutter ensures your edges are always neat. With 30 built-in stitches and adjustable speed control, creativity has never been more effortless. With its user-friendly interface, the Elna 450 makes sewing a breeze, whether you're a beginner or a seasoned pro. Whether you're crafting a quilt or sewing your next outfit, the Elna 450 Experience Sewing Machine is designed to inspire creativity and deliver outstanding results.
A lot of people ask me, what dress size pattern should I buy, John? Because I never know. I can't answer that for you, because if you go buy your commercial shop bought dresses, if you go into different shops, Wallis, Marks and Spencer's, Topshop, any of those, size 14 in every single one of those shops will be a different size, depending on the designer, depending on the pattern cutter and the pattern grader. What you need to do when you're making your own clothes is don't think, oh, I buy 14 from Wallis, I'll make a size 14. What you need to do, and this is the sign of a good pattern, what they have is they have your body measurements, which are the ones that you have to go to. Now, it's sometimes a little bit depressing because you buy a 14 in a shop, and on the pattern it could say that you're an 18. Ignore that, nobody will ever see that. What you go by is your bust, waist and hip measurement on the pattern, and then if it's a good pattern, underneath it, it will tell you the finished size of the dress, which shows how much ease it's got. So what you can do is you can look at, say you look at this one and you say, oh, 100 bust, 82 waist, 106 hip. Obviously that's in centimetres. You think, yes, I'm going to make myself a size 16. You then look at the finished size here of the size 16, and you can see that you've got 12 centimetres ease around the bust, you've got a good amount of ease around the waist and a lot of ease around the hip. Then what you do is you then look at the pattern, the finished size around your body, and you think, oh no, that looks like it might be too big. Then you can go down a size or up a size if you don't think it's going to be big enough. But the thing I always say is make a toile. Get yourself a bolt of calico and make a toile, and that's the way you'll make sure you buy the right size pattern. If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this hour is all about, we've got all sorts. We've got some quilt kits, we've got some homeware kits, and we've got a brand new fabric bundle, which I haven't seen this before. So I had a little look through. Let me just move my desks a bit. A little look through in the break. I think this is fabulous. Well, if you like cats, this is fabulous. Right, here's the price, £108.50. Anita Jerram, What Friends Are For, a mega bundle. So you get a panel and you get 12 pieces of fabric, but you get half a metre free. Let's start with the panel, because the panel's gorgeous. These are absolutely gorgeous. And we've got 3. Well, look at this, right? So be quick, okay? £108.50, and this is what you're getting. You're getting this panel. Look at these. So now you can use this to cut out. You can use it as like little charm squares. You can use it to make a quilt. Artistic, brave, curious, feisty, ecstatic. I mean, it's lovely. Wouldn't this make just a lovely wall hanging? In fact, this is just the right size. You could even hang this on the back of a door, couldn't you, if you just quilted it? I love the tolerant one. And it's great. I like the fact, because it's obviously all in alphabetical order. I'm not sure what that means. What does xenial mean? Is that a made-up word? So it's the alphabet of a cat's personality. Isn't that gorgeous? Now, Lovely. Now, in this bundle, also, you're getting all of these fabrics. So these are, I mean, the illustrations are beautiful. 1/2 metre of each of these. I'm going to keep that there so you can see. But aren't they gorgeous? Look at the detail. Look at that's a really fat cat, isn't it? The detail in them. So you've got that one in the blue background, and then this fabric. Oh, let me just fold it round so you can see it. Look, you've got all the birds. Obviously, beans the cat's favourite thing. This is lovely, isn't it? What a beautiful fabric collection. You've got the cats with all the flower pots. Now, just to warn you, if it's in your basket, we've got more people who've got baskets than we've actually got. You need to check out. Isn't that one beautiful? Same cat print, but in that lovely sort of taupe shade. You've got the bird print in blue. It's just delicious, isn't it? And you've got the bird print again in cream. Beautiful. And then what they've done is they've put some blenders in, but not plain ones, really nice. So you've got that lovely print one. So this would look great. If you were going to cut up the alphabet panel and you wanted to put sashing between, that would work really well with it. Then you've got the spot print featuring all of the colours. Oh, look, we've got that gorgeous, missed that one before, the gorgeous sketched, let me put it there, you know, the sketch print, which just looks like hand-drawn sketches. And then a spot print, we have one left, and a green print. Gorgeous, isn't it? Gone, gone, all gone. Not surprised, that was gorgeous. Now, something else that's about to sell out is the William Morris Vintage Floral Stars quilt, which I have got down here. One moment. Written in the Stars, that one. Oh, is that one? Ooh, Vintage Floral Star. Oh, how am I going to hold this? This is gorgeous. I'm going to put it on the overhead because it's so big. This is the centre of it. Oh, look how lovely this is. Absolutely stunning. And we only have 2 of them left. I don't know how we managed to get 2 of these back. Look, I think we've managed to find 2 left. It's sold out, but we have 2 left of this. Isn't that absolutely beautiful? Have we got a picture of the whole thing? Just to show me, because I've got it on my desk, but it's way too big for me to be able to pick up and hold out for you. Isn't that beautiful? The Vintage Floral Star. It's 220 by 220 centimetres. It's really big. 1 left. Now, for the last person who has it, it's $199 instead of $239.99. You can buy it on 3-way split pay. It features entirely William Morris fabrics, including the binding. It's a work of art, isn't it? $199.99. Absolutely gorgeous. We have 1 left. And when it's gone, it's gone. How we have ever found those other 2, I don't know. But we only have 1 left. So if you want it, you available on 3-way split pay. Blah, blah, blah. It's available on 3-way split pay, so if you want to spread the cost of your payments, you can. But I will leave that with you because we only have 1 left. Now, I've got 2 more quilts. And we only have 1 of each of them. Right, Written in the Stars in bright and dark. So again, I'm going to lay this on the desk because then you can see it better. This is the bright one. I love the fabrics on this. Isn't it gorgeous? It's sort of a bit grungy, isn't it? That's lovely, isn't it? $199.99, 135 by 175 centimetres. We only have 1 of these left. I love the fabrics. Oh, we're going to crash it. $139.99. Wow. Really nice. I mean, quite a simple quilt to make. You know, you're talking sawtooth stars, diamond in a square blocks. I think the beauty of this is you've got some gorgeous fabrics. You've got these beautiful layered texture fabrics. You've got text fabrics. I think it can be, it's one of those quilts that feels that it could be quite like a teenager quilt. It feels a bit sort of like something you'd have in the back of the car for a picnic, or you just put over a sofa. It would make the house look really homely. Be a nice housewarming gift quilt, actually, wouldn't it? Because the fabrics are what do the talking on it. Anyway, we have one left. It's £139.99, and we do have it available on split pay, £46.66, three-way split pay. There we go. Lovely. I'll leave that one with you. But we also have exactly the same design, but in the dark. Again, one left. And we're going to reduce the price to £139.99. Is that the same one? No, that's a different one. Okay. So I thought we had the sample of that one, but we don't. We've got the image on the web. We'll have to show that one. I thought we had that one. Only one of this one left. So exactly the same quilt that I've just shown you, but in dark. So the fabrics are the same sort of tones and that really sort of textured look, but they're dark shades instead. There we go. Available on three-way split pay if you want to spread the cost. We only got one, so you have to be quick because got several if you've got it in baskets. £46.66, 3 equal payments if you want to do that. I really like that. Very simple to make, but actually because of the use of fabrics and the way that it's all, the positioning of all the pieces, it looks really clever. It looks like you've got stars within stars, but actually it's just 2 blocks. Yeah, it is just 2 blocks like that. Really nice quilt. Now, we do have one more quilt, but unfortunately, I don't know, the warehouse sent us the wrong quilt. So we're going to show you a picture because I think you'll really like this. They've sent us the wrong box, so we can't show you that box, but it is gorgeous. Riley Blake, Zinnia Seeds. Do like a floral block. Now, we're going to reduce the price of this from £199.99 to £159.99. Save £40. Wow. Now, the quilt is 145 by 193 centimetres. Obviously, I can't show you the kit because they've sent us the wrong one. But you've got all of the fabric to make the whole of the quilt front, plus all of the binding as well. It's really nice, isn't it? All Riley Blake fabric as well. I think that's really unusual. Again, it's got that real sort of old-fashioned vintage, you know, real sort of original, you know, those kind of applique quilts. It has that real feel to it. I think maybe because of the zinnia seeds, but I love that. It's got a very vintage charm to it. Only £159.99. That's a £40 saving. If you want to do it on split pay, 3 equal payments of £53.33, or you can just pay for it all together. But, you know, new year, new hobby. If this is the time you think, right, I want to make a quilt, we've got quilts to sort all sorts of people. So whether you like the traditional William Morris quilt, maybe you like the more unusual layered textured ones I just showed you. The Riley Blake has a really specific sense of style. The prints are all very detailed, but they've really gone for a vintage vibe with this one. So this could be your New Year's resolution. I'm going to make a quilt. Just got to choose which one. But take the price drops while you can, because of saving £40 is a bonus, isn't it? There we go. Right, let's talk about homework kits. Homework kits. What shall we start with, though? Right, what should we start with? Okay, let me find. I got them all out of the cupboard and put them all on the thing. There we go. Right. So let's do the winter warmer carry case. So this is really cute for this time of year. It's a little carry case that you can put your mug in. Just going to find the kit for you. So this is what it looks like. You put your mug inside. On the front, it features hot chocolate. It's got little gingerbread and cinnamon. So it's perfect for this time of year. It's padded inside so that you can put your mug in there. And then you fold it over, put the button round, and then you can carry it. Inside, there's a pocket. So in the pocket, you could put your tea bags or biscuits or your sugar sachets. And you also get the matching mug rug inside. It's made in a way so that if you can put any size mug you want in there, and then you just adjust where the button goes so that when it folds over, it fits it exactly. So maybe you have to take a mug to the office or to work, or maybe you go to workshops and you need to take your mug and you want your very own carry case. Maybe you've bought somebody a mug as a gift and you want to give it to them in that. A lot of people I know who go to craft workshops, particularly sewing workshops or groups, they have to take their own mugs with them. I obviously have one of these, because when I go on holiday, if I rent a cottage or something, I always take my own mugs. The mugs are never quite big enough. So it's absolutely ideal for that. This is what the kit looks like. So in the kit, you will get printed instructions like this, and the fabric panel. Now, it doesn't say it on these instructions, I don't think. But there is a full video tutorial for this on the Amber Makes website. You just need to go to the tutorial section. I think these instructions were printed before we did the tutorial. And then you can follow along with me exactly how to make it. So there we go. Everything is printed to size, so you don't have to work out seam allowances. You don't have to work out how much you need to add on or take away. Every piece is labelled, so you just cut it all out. There's even extra plique pieces. There's labels. Cut it all out, sew it together. If you go onto the website, so if you click on that description, I've also listed there everything else extra you'll need, because obviously you need things like, you'll need a little bit of interfacing and you need some wadding and a bit of elastic and a button. But if you want to know what that is, because if you want to order it from the Sewing Street website whilst you order that, if you go on to the website description, it will show you exactly what else you need. So that is the mug carry case. Right, we haven't done garden birds for a long time. And these are one of my favourite ever designs. And they've been out of stock for ages and ages. So there are 3. I'm going to get them all out so you can then see them all together in one go, and then you can choose. I stored them away so on the panel, obviously, you can see they've got babies. Well, they're not babies because the babies aren't as pretty as the big ones. Mini versions, couldn't say babies. So you can get, let's start with the robin. There's the robin. And it comes with, on the fabric in the kit, 2 mini robins. Can't say babies because I think the babies are just brown. There we go. So it comes with 2 babies. It has, it's a doorstop, obviously. Although you can just use it as decoration. It has little wings that cross over, the tail, whoop, that way. There's the beaks, it's got the red breast and his little feet. Now, the beauty of it, obviously is because when Amy designed all the fabric, I designed all the fabric pieces, but she designed the fabric so that you've got things like the wings are printed perfectly with where the wings would go. Where the red breast is, it all joins together with the beak. Let me show you the panel, because I like the panel the best, because you can see all of the. I've got to make sure I get out the right one. Oh yes, I've got the right one. Right, so this is what the panel looks like. Let me move the little robins. They've even got little feet as well. So this is what the panel looks like. So everything is printed on here with all of the seam allowances already on. So you've just got to cut out the pieces. So you've got the mini bird wings. There's the wing. It's all labelled so that when you make it, you've got things like on here, that's marked C, and that's marked C. So when you join them together, you just match up the letters, which makes it a lot easier. But everything will match. So when you make the red breast on the robin, it will match up to the bit that's on the outside of it. And then there's all the little bit. There's the mini bird base. We haven't done it for ages. Yeah, yes, almost a year it's been since we did the robin. So it's been out of stock for ages. So there's the little ones. So you can just hang them up or put them somewhere. I mean, I filled mine with sand in the bottom, so he's just a doorstop. It just sits by my front door. Brilliant gift as well. It's the sort of thing, if you know someone who loves birds or loves robins, it's a really nice thing to give them. You can also add lots of detail. You can quilt on top of the wings if you want to. That's up to you. And you can tuck them inside if you want to keep them there. It's a good place to put them. It was just there was a bit of space. So that's the robin. Then we've got the blue tit. Bertie blue tit. I love look at the colours on the back there. Because after I designed it and I sent all the fabric pieces to Amy, she spent a lot of time looking at pictures of blue tits, getting all the colours right. And it's all been designed so that when you sew it together, can you see like all the black line joins up all the way round? So that's the blue tit. And obviously comes with 2 small blue tits. That's the... Right, let me just show, I'll just show you quickly. Obviously, with them all, you get full instructions. So you can see exactly how to make them. And also detailed in there are the extra pieces you need, which is basically you need some soft toy filling and you'll need some weighted filling to put at the bottom. This is what the panel looks like. So it's really easy. If you haven't made these sort of 3D pieces before, it's very simple because you just match up the letters. So when you cut it all out, it explains all of this in the instructions. I just wrote that letter on the wrong side of it. But it really is the only way, by having these digitally printed panels that we've designed specifically, it's the only way that you're going to get an absolute perfect representation because it's all printed on there for you. And they've even got little feet as well. But they do make really nice gifts. It's just a nice little thing to have sitting by your door all year round. So that's the blue tit. And then we did a third one in the series, which is the goldfinch. Gorgeous. This, as far as colours go, I think this has got to be the most impressive one, hasn't it? Oh, could we not find him? No. Gordon. Yeah. Oh, have we not got Gordon? Oh. Gordon will have to go back in the cupboard then. I'll find out what's happened to Gordon. Maybe we need to get some more. Maybe we've run out of Gordons. Gordon the goldfinch. Okay, we'll see if we can find him. Gordon the goldfinch. Oh. Right, I'll move him to one side. I'll try and get him back another time, I think. That's a shame, isn't it? No, right, let's do the book covers because I've liked them. Right, now, some of my book covers, I don't know what's happened to them, so we'll start with the ones that I have got. Right, Busy Bees. I've got Busy Bees. Okay, so this is the Busy Bees kit. This is what you get in the kit. So you'll get the cover for the book with the bee on it. And if you quilt round it, like I did, it makes the bee stand out. Then you've got handles, which are optional, because some people like to carry their book with handles, but you don't have to. Then open it up. You've got a pocket that you can put your pencils in. Now, it fits an A5 hardback notebook. The one I bought is the black and red one, but you can put any. It has on the inside, you've got a print fabric. You've got another pocket here so that you can put other things in, little, notes or other pencils. You can put more in there. And then on the back is a slip pocket, which is ideal for putting all of those pieces of paper that you normally put in your notebook, and it stops them falling out. It's a really nice gift for somebody as well to make if you want to give somebody a nice little covered notebook. But if there is a full video tutorial for it on the Amber Makes website, which the details in the instructions are full. And also on the website is a small tutorial that will show you if you want to make a closure instead with a magnetic clasp on the handles, you can. So there's a little extra tutorial for you because some people would much want the handle, some people wanted just a little closure. Can't see the... I don't know where the kit's gone for that one. Never mind. That's what it sort of looks like. It looks like that anyway. I'll show you one of the other kits. Oh, there it is. I found it now. There it is. I knew it was there somewhere. So this is just to show you what it looks like. So what you can do, you can put labels on them as well. On the front, so it's got like my notes, to-do list, thoughts and ideas. This notebook belongs to. I didn't put it on mine, but you can just sew them on. Or you can sew the labels to here. Those are optional. But everything you need, all the fabric that you need, all I've done, the only extra thing is if you want to put some wadding in it, you can. And if you want to put a little, like, snap fastener on there. But that's all you need as well. You've got the flat pocket outer, the book cover, flat slip pocket line. So everything is on there. All you have to do is sew it together. And then in the instructions that come with them, these are the instructions, there is a QR code that if you scan, it will take you through to the video tutorial so you can sew it along with me because I've filmed the whole process. So this is a great beginner's project or just a nice thing to make in general. Now, the next one is, well, we've got knitting and crochet. And I don't know where the book covers are. I can't find them. So I'm going to show you the panel instead. This is crochet notes. So we should have a picture of the finished book somewhere. This is the panel anyway. So Amy designed fabric granny squares. So you've got the lining is all granny squares. I love the pencil pocket because it's got crochet hooks. And then on the front you can label it with my crochet notes, but you don't have to. There's an extra label, so there's the front. So it's the perfect gift for someone who loves crochet. And I have one of these because I'm always like adapting patterns or changing them, or I need to know I'm counting and I write down. It's got the slip pocket outer, it's got handles, so it is beautiful. It just all features all of the granny squares. So that's the crochet one. And again, it comes with a tutorial because all the book covers are made in exactly the same way. So it does have the full tutorial that goes with it. Now, if you are more of a knitter, we have the knitting book cover. This is another one that I can't find. So this is the knitting one. I'll start off with the cover. I mean, they work in exactly the same way as all the other book covers. It's just this features my knitting notes. So on this one, we've got like little jumper stitch markers. We've got a ball of yarn with needles in. You've got a circular needle. You've got a pair of socks. You've got balls of yarn. You've got a bit of rib knitting there. So there's the book cover front and the back. The lining is just an all-over print. The pencil pocket has got 3 knitting needles. Oh, look, there's a picture of the finished actual cover itself. That's what it looks like when it's finished. I just need to find it. I don't know where it's gone. There we go. There's your slip pockets and everything. The crochet one. Have you got a picture of the finished book? Oh, there we go. There is the crochet book. So if you did buy the crochet one, that's what it looks like when it's finished. I just don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. I need to have a longer look. I need to come up sometime a bit earlier and have a look. So that's the crochet one. Right. I think I've done all the book covers now. Right, let's do book cushions. Oh, there is the cooking one, yes. So I think we've got these separate, but we also did them as a special bundle, didn't we? So that you could buy both. It's called the Cooking Collection. So what you've got is you've got both of them for £24.99. So normally they're £14.99 each, but we did a special deal because it started off that I designed my favourite recipes, because everyone has their favourite recipes, don't they? Whether they're the ones that they've cut out from newspapers or magazines, or the one that their grandma gave, or your mum's best fruit cake, and they're always in a book where all of the pages are spilling out. This is how the book cover started. So it has the slip pocket, obviously, to keep all those bits in. I love the way that Amy designed it. It's these wooden shelves with my favourite blue and white china and a little bit of red Le Creuset as well. So you've got like spaghetti in jars, my favourite recipes, and I've got all of these jars as well. It's lovely. There's for your pencils, and this is, for me, you either make this to put all of your recipes in, or what a lovely gift for somebody. Write down a few of your best recipes, make the book, and then give it to them. I mean, even the lining is beautiful. So this was my favourite recipes, and that's how it started. But then I decided, actually, some people just have their favourite cake recipes. So I felt that the baking deserved its own book. So this is the baking one, so you've got all of the, you've got the mixer, you've got the rolling pin, the whisk, flour, sugar. I love the little pencil pocket. And then you've got all the implements there, and as always, the slip pocket on the back. So you can buy these separately. Oh, they both have handles, by the way. It's just I wanted to show you with this one what it looks like without. This is what it looks like without handles, and that's what it looks like with. I'm just thinking, yeah. You know, I'm going to show, we haven't got this one today, but I was showing you that if you want to turn the handles into a magnetic clasp instead, if you go onto the Amber Makes website, there is a little tutorial that shows you how to do that, because you might not want to have handles, but you want a clasp instead. Or you can do both. But there's both of them. So you can have handles. They are, I've just not put them on one of them. So these are normally £14.99 each, but special price, £24.99 for the two. They come with the full tutorial, they come with instructions, you get the panels, so if you want both of them, and then you can write down all of your favourite recipes in a nice little book, and they're cotton, you can put them in the machine if they get covered in ingredients. So that's those. The Thatch Cottage, where did I put him? Oh, there he is. Right. Here is the Thatch Cottage. Again, this is one of our very first, if not the first design that Amber Makes ever did, and it is still really popular. So it's a Thatch Cottage, obviously, but it's a doorstop. Or it's just a general decoration. Look. So it has proper thatch roof. It has that lovely, you know when thatch cottages have those slightly bulging walls. The door has got roses around it, and obviously it's got that beautiful green paint. You can, oh, this is in single figures, this. You can embroider the roses on top if you want. You don't have to, they're printed on, but I just work French knots on top of them to make them look nice. It's got proper brick chimneys, and it has a handle, obviously, so you can move it round. Even the base is tiled, because it would be. It comes with a label as well to put on it. It's so heavy, this one, because I didn't have any sand or filling that I normally use. I put gravel for my path, so it's really heavy. Also, oh, there's the back as well. It has, on the panel, a baby cottage, because you might want a baby cottage as well, which you can use as just a little decoration. You can use it as a pincushion. If you don't sew one side of the roof down, you can flap that up and you can use that to keep needles in. But again, you know, it's got the little doors. I added some extra embroidery, but there was just a bit of space on the panel. So there you go. You get the whole cottage and the baby cottage as well. And if I can find it, I'll show you the panel. Where is it? No. I don't know where it is. Oh, there it is. I've got it. Let me show you the panel, because I think it helps, because then you can see how it actually works. That although I said, you know, if you haven't used Amber Makes kits before, then it won't make sense until you see the panel. But everything is printed to exactly the size and shape that you need it, which takes all of the guesswork out, and you don't need any templates. So this is the main cottage. And then we've got the thatch roof. So it is being created in exactly the right size. What you do is you then quilt the roof, and you can actually quilt along these lines, and it gives it a real 3D quality. Before you attach the roof, you put wadding underneath. With those are the sides, so they're printed with the little windows. Those are the chimneys, front, back. And then what I did also is I put the windows and the doors in as separate pieces, so that if you want to sew them on top, which gives them a more of a 3D quality, or you could sew this door and then just sew it on down the hinge and it will open as well. But you've just got those extra pieces. You've got window boxes if you want to put them on, but again, they're optional. But you can see the roses around the door are printed on, so that you can embroider on top of them if you want. And there's all the pieces for the mini one. So that's how the panel works. And obviously in the kit, you get full instructions as well, but we only have 7 of those left now. So if you want that one, you'll need to get that one checked out if it's in your basket. The flower pots. No, I've got them. I did. The flower pots. See, I get a little bit obsessed with doorstops. I love a doorstop. Do you know, I cannot tell you how many doorstops I've got in my house. I've got a pineapple and a beach hut behind one door. Anyway, we'll start off with, because you get both of these, is the flower pots. So this is, it's like a proper terracotta pot, isn't it? The base has even got a hole in it to allow for drainage. You've got soil on the top. Now, and then you've got the flowers. Now you can arrange the flowers as well. So you can like bend the leaves down. You can open them up a bit. Inside the flowers, look, they've even got like, you know, proper stamens, like you'd have inside a flower. Bend all the leaves down. And the soil. Now, there are no sticks or wires or anything in here. All it is wadding. So the way it works is you make the stems, which are the tubes, and you stuff them really firmly, and then when you sew the soil together, gaps are left in the soil, so you push the stems right down inside and sew them in place, and that's how they stand up, because I wanted to do it so that you didn't have to have any extra structure, because I think sometimes if you've got sticks or wires, then you're worried about them, you know, being around pets or children, but they're just stuffing. And the flower pot is designed in a special way so that it's not straight. It's like a proper flower pot that goes out. Once I had to get my son Freddie to do it for me because I had no idea. It's a special mathematical shape. Could not work it out for the life of me. Anyway, that's the flower pot, and it features. You've got loads of pieces because you've got like you've got these inner petals. This is what gives it the detail. You've got the outer petals, and then you have the leaves. You see. And it's nice because you can sort of arrange it and it's easy to pick up. But I know a lot of people have used them for doorstops. Some people have used them just as a housewarming gift, put them in the middle of a table, but they are everlasting. You might need to dust them every now and then, give them a little shake, but that's about it, isn't it? Anyway, shall I show you the panel? Because you can then see how big it is. But also what you get, because I felt like I couldn't just do one. You get a mini one as well. So you get this one's on the panel too. So this one has got tulips. Again, you can move the leaves around. Exactly the same, matching. It's got a hole in the base. It's got this special, can't remember what the shape is, of the pot with the soil. And this is all on the panel. So the little one is a really good table centre. I put a little bit of weight in that one just to make it stand up, but it's more of like a table centre. So you could buy the kit and you could keep the big one for yourself, and then you could give the little one away. But let me show you. Now, the good thing about the flower pots is we did this a couple of years ago. So it's still at the price that it would have been a couple of years ago. If we did it now, it would be more. But the price has stayed the same because I'm going to hold it up. This is the fabric panel. Because there's a lot of leaves and a lot of petals. See, for £19.99, it's a very big panel. So look, there's your flower pot outer, the bottom, that's the big one, the little one. There's all the soil, all the stems, all the leaves. But do you see what I mean about you wouldn't be able to do this without the panel? You've got the leaves are printed on with the, you know, the right colours and shapes, and even the stems. I've got the yellow stamen bit on top. The petals for the flowers for the big flower pot have to be done in this way so that when you sew them together, they've got the colours on the tips of them like this. So that's the whole thing. It's a very big panel. So for £19.99, it's not bad. It's a really nice thing to make. Obviously, it takes a bit of time. You've got to make all the pot. You've got to make the flowers. But it's quite a nice thing to make. That's the whole flower pots. Just trying to put it all away or we're going to be in a right mess afterwards. Right, should we do the book cushions? 3. Yeah, oh, sorry. So the idea behind these is that I know everyone loves a book cushion because you have just a normal cushion with a pocket on it and you use it to put a book in. And a lot of children have them to put on their beds. So when they have their story at night, they put it in a cushion. But I thought, wouldn't it be nice to have a book cushion that's actually in the shape of a book? So we launched these on John Scott's birthday show. And we thought, well, we had to do his book, obviously, the John Scott's Threads of Life. And then we thought we would do a William Morris one and Enchanting Fairy Tales for Children. So we'll start off with the John Scott one, and I'll show you. Now, this is an exact replica of his book because he sent all of the artwork to Amy, who just scanned it all in and copied it. Luckily, he had the copyright, so we're all good. So there's the front cover of his book. Imagine if we didn't, how much trouble we'd be in. Then if you open it up, you've got, this is the in-front page of his book. It's even got his signature on it as well. And then here, this is the contents of his book. But then obviously it has a pocket. So when you open it up, there's the pocket. That's what you put your book in. Or your remote controls if you want to put it on the sofa. Or secret bars of chocolates that you'd like to be hidden. Actually, it'd be a great place to hide chocolate, wouldn't it? Nobody'd think to look there. You could just have it on the sofa. And then when no one's in, they wouldn't pin your chocolate. So on the sides, obviously, you've got the striped fabric because this is the pages of your book. And then there's the back, which was the back of the contents. And then Amy used John's design to do over the insert. And he's even got on this little tab, she put a signature, lots of love, John. So if you've got John Scott's Threads of Life book, you need to have this. You just need some wadding. Again, with all of our kits, if you go onto the Sewing Street website, if you click on this, it will give you a description. It tells you what else you need because we only put, in the main, the fabric panel and the instructions in the kit. This obviously comes with a full video tutorial. These are the instructions. And it comes with a link to the full video tutorial, all the instructions you need, exactly how to construct the book in full detail with all the panels. So with this one, I think you need a bit of wadding for the book cover and some soft toy filling. So that's the Threads of Life, and obviously on the panel is all of the pieces for it. I'll show you another one because I'm not sure I've got that one. Right, Enchanting Fairy Tales. So this is the one that we did that we thought would be ideal for children, but actually a lot of people who've bought this, not just bought it for children because they want to, just have it on their sofa because you've got on the spine of the book. They're quite nice. I know a lot of people have bought more than one because you can just have them all on a shelf then. But when you open it up, it's got all of the fairy tales, little pictures of all of them. You've got the pocket to put your book in, and the panel comes with a bookmark as well. There's the inner lining. The pages, the end, obviously. Let me show you the panel just so you can see what you get on it. But it's just a really nice way of having a book cushion, but it be a book at the same time. There's quite a big panel. So this is what you will get on your panel. So you've obviously got everything is printed to exactly the size you need it. You've got the back page, the cushion front, the cushion back. You've got the cover front, the cover back. You've got the lining, goes all around the inside. All of the pages, which are striped, so they look like pages. You've got the pocket has been designed so that it looks, if I take that away, it all flows, so it looks like it's not there. Do you see what I mean? Because it's lined as well, and that apple is in the same place as that apple. So there's all of those pieces. And there's the bookmark and the little tab. And you can even label it as well. So this belongs to my book cushion, so if you want to, you can personalise it, which is really nice if you're giving it as a gift. And then the other book cushion, inspired by William Morris, who, this is why I ended up reading a William Morris book, because having said he's never written a book. If he wrote a book, it'd be this one, but he has. It's very good, actually. But if he wrote a book, I think he would have liked to have written this one. It's called The Strawberry Thief, A Tale of a Mischievous Thrush. So it features all of the William Morris prints. You've got on the spine and on the back. Have nothing in your houses that you do not know to be useful or believe to be beautiful. That's William Morris's favourite quote. I think this looks really nice when you quilt it as well, because I've quilted along the lines. You've got obviously willow bough on the inside. There you've got the introduction to the Strawberry Thief. So I know a lot of people have bought this to keep like on their bed or on their sofa, because you can put a book in it, you could put a remote controls, you can even put your scissors and your sewing kit in it, couldn't you? And keep that there. And then the end with all the willow bough. So that's a lovely one. There we go. Those are the book cushions. I'm going to do the storage tubs next. I'm going to start with the peonies one. I'm just finding the... I have to go through everything to find it. Yeah, I've got it now. Right. It always has to be the last one. So the idea behind this, Amy and I designed this for John's anniversary show, of his anniversary being on Sewing Street. So you get 3 tubs. Now, John loves peonies. So Amy designed these beautiful watercolour peonies. So this is the largest tub, and you can see it comes with a lining on the inside. All the fabric's included. The only thing you will need is some wadding, and then it's bound around the top. I've made it in a really simple way so that it's bound around the top, but I've also done it so that the lining is sewn into the bottom, because sometimes when you have these fabric tubs, if you don't sew the lining in, it's all a bit baggy. It doesn't look quite structured. And I like them to have that really sort of structured look. So they make lovely plant pots. They're great to keep your sewing items in. You can fill them with fruit or chocolates or for a gift. So you get the largest one, that's the green one. Then you get the medium one. These are all in this on the panel. Again, that's lined in a matching print. And then you get the baby one that's in the mauve. And then they all fit inside each other. I'll just quickly show you what the panel looks like. It's quite a big panel. So that's the side, that's the panel. So you can see it's got each of the tubs is lined, as you can see, and it's got a binding at the top. So what you can do, because the outer and the lining is the same colour, if you used your own fabric to line them, you could make 6 tubs. All you would need is some extra fabric to bind them, which is, and you can cut round that. But because, like, for example, if I show you the big tub, if I turn it inside out, that's what it looks like. So if you used a plain fabric for the lining, then you'd have enough for 6. So that's the peonies. Again, it comes with full instructions and a link to a full video tutorial. so you can sew along with me to make them. The next one we did was the Indian mandalas, because John loves an Indian mandala. I like this one. I think this is really clever. So this is the big one. This is the big one. Look. And then in the inside, actually, I'll turn it round. I mean, this one, it's a shame to have this on the inside, although, to be honest, it's lovely to have it makes it very special, doesn't it, when you have a print that matches and coordinates on the inside, because I think they would make lovely tubs. If you see in the picture here, they make lovely tubs to put plants in. Or they're really nice for storing things in. You could have them in your sewing with all your reels of thread and cotton. Then the medium one is pink. Which one are we on that one? And then the baby one is like an orangey colour. But they're really nice because they fit inside each other. They're quite a nice thing then to store away, to use as a gift. You could then bring them out at certain times of the year, whether you wanted to fill them up with sweets. I mean, this would have been quite a good Bollywood Christmas feel, wouldn't it? But I think the designs are lovely. And obviously comes with full instructions. Then the last one we did was John Street, which is just, I love this. So these are all, if John had his own street, this would be his street. This is, so the Sewing Emporium, and then he'd have a bookshop called Threads of Life, where obviously he would only stock Threads of Life. And then he'd have to have the Poppin Village shop, because he goes there all the time, because he's got to buy some food, and with the cat on it. So that's John Street, and it's even got, look, it's even got flagstones, and then the inside just has a spotty lining. Then the medium size one, there's his shirt shop, because he would need a shirt shop, wouldn't he? That is Sewing Emporium and Threads of Life. So that's the medium one. I think it's fab. I think this is a really nice one if you wanted to have in your sewing room. And then there's the baby one that's got the Sewing Emporium, the village shop, and his shirt shop as well. But it's just really cute, isn't it? I like the way it's like a village street and they make a really nice set. It's just really unusual to find a set of baskets like that. And again, you get the panel and the full instructions are all on there. Let me just show you the panel for this one. There we go. So there you've got the binding. You've got all of the pieces, exactly the same as the other one I show you. There we go. So that's John Street. Again, all of the nesting tubs come with the same instructions. They all come with the video tutorial. If you want to, you can make 6 tubs. You'll just need to provide your own fabric. Right, have we finished all of them? Oh, I tell you what last thing we've got, because I managed to get this back in, is Get Organised. So I wanted to design something that you could use with charm squares, because we love a charm square. We've got loads of charm squares, haven't we? And what do you do with them? So I decided to design, which I've got hanging up in the background here, a wall hanging that uses charm squares, but that you can hang on the back of a door. Because you have all these different things you can hang on. Now, I've found you can buy these special hooks really easily. You can buy them on the interweb and everything, that hook over a door. So they're just like that, right-angled, and they hook over a door. And then I put eyelets in mine so I could hang it on them. And it meant then I've got all of these pockets in it that you can, I'll lay it down here. So you can have all of these pockets. Now, the pockets are made from charm squares, and then you use other charm squares as the little gussets. So this kit, is brilliant for your sewing room, because it features all of the charm squares from sewing. So in the kit, you get the full instructions for making this, but obviously once you've made it, you can use this to make more. So you could have one on the back of your bathroom door, one on the back of the kitchen door, because they're all little pockets. So in the kit, you get the instructions, you get the calico for the background, and you also get the panel, which is exactly these charm squares, and you'll have some left over as well. So these print ones are used for the gussets, and these are used for the pockets. So you can use them for all of your sewing items. So all of that, so £29.99, you get 1.5 meters of calico, you get the 40 charm squares and the instructions, and then it means you can use it again. Obviously, you don't have to hang it on a door. You can put it wherever you like, but I just thought, rather than, I know sometimes when you have a wall hanging, you think, how am I going to attach that? How am I going to fix it? I don't want to put holes in the wall. Well, all you have to do is put eyelets in the top, get some of these hooks that hook over a door. It means you can open and shut the door as well, and then you can use this for any other charm squares you've got, because I know if you're like me, you collect charm squares and then have no idea really what to do with them. So it's a good kit to buy because the instructions explain how to use. I write it as if you're just using your own. You need 24 charm squares. So, pardon? See the what? Oh, the menu. Right, anyway. Gosh, look at the time. How did that happen? Thank you so much for joining me today. What a great day we've had. I've learned absolutely loads. It's been brilliant. So tomorrow, John is presenting. I think, yes, the lovely John Scott will be back, and he will be here bright and early with you at 8 o'clock. And he's going to talk all about starting dressmaking and the essential tools you'll need if you've decided to start dressmaking as your new hobby this year, or you just want some more dressmaking tools. Susie Duncan will be joining him at 9 o'clock for Annie's Quilting Fat Quarter Quilts books. At 10 o'clock, it's all about dressmaking fabric bundles, because you'll be needing that with your new hobby. And Susie will be back with him at 11, showing you how to make a sewing machine cover. And then 12 o'clock, it's a whole hour dedicated to overlocks, which you'll be needing with your dressmaking. What a fabulous show. You're going to have a lovely day tomorrow. I will see you back here Friday. Actually, I've been Friday twice this week. See you back here Friday. Have a lovely afternoon. Hope you enjoy whatever you're doing, and that you manage to sit in front of the telly and just do a bit of sewing. And I'll see you here on Friday.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops. Absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longer stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops, like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal